Round 6 of the 2021 GTR24H EEW season, Le Mans, is presented in partnership with Viper Gaming by Patriot, Azatec, Global Flix, Film Vault, ESTV, and Motorvision.tv.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals, and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor, or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
A 1v2 for the tournament. Pressure is on.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to GTR24H for round 6 of the 2021 Endurance E-Racing World Championship. We're broadcasting live from our studio here in Denmark. It's Alex Goldschmidt, Kieran McGinley, David Christie, and Yusuf bin Sohail. Now the talking stops and the action begins, because over the next few hours or so we have 2 3-hour qualifying sessions that will decide our grid for the 24-hour race, twice around the clock, starting at 3 p.m. tomorrow afternoon. But also, we have to factor in that the clocks will go back an hour at 2 o'clock on Sunday morning. Yusuf, 4 classes, ultra competitive. Practice, unofficial and official, has really given us a taster of what's to come, and now it's about putting your fastest drivers in the car and going around this 13.626 kilometre circuit at breakneck speed.
Absolutely, and one of the biggest things to really mention coming into this qualifying session is, contrary to what we were saying in the first practice session, it isn't raining at the start. We'll have a look a little bit later on in the broadcast as to what weather will be coming our way in the 2 qualifying sessions, but there might be some rain on the way. For now, though, it's dry. A lot of the drivers have already headed out onto circuit, which is exactly what you need to do. Get a lap in as early as possible.
David, really good to watch back the morning breakfast show. Well handled by all 3 of you guys, I must admit. very interesting topics to discuss. Just sort of, for those that didn't manage to catch up this morning, what was the real gist of the conversation?
Well, we tried to go for as much as possible. We were talking about things like strategy, setup. We were talking about driver mentality, the fatigue factor of doing a 24-hour race. Lots and lots of topics. And if you did miss it, they can always head back and check it out on YouTube at their leisure. But really, I was trying to give a sort of beginner's guide to all the different factors, Alex, that come into play on a 24-hour race, such as the one that we've got here, because we spoke about it on almost all of the shows. It's not just the drivers behind the wheel, but all of the support staff that go into making this week a success for these teams.
Kieran, the press conference really gave us an idea last night on official practice 1. What did you gauge from the general ambience from that press conference, but also what was the reading that you had between the lines to do?
Well, there was a lot of positivity. You know, lots of teams going into this event with open minds, very positive attitudes and clear targets, I think, as well. You know, you can so easily go into a race and say, yeah, we want to win it, but there are some realistic targets on show. There are some realistic opportunities as well in terms of securing, we heard, 3rd place in a championship. You know, not going out exclusively to win the race, but to secure that place in the championship. So I think there's a sense of positivity. There's a sense of realistic expectations as well. So all in all, it's a good showing from what we heard yesterday.
Yeah, don't forget, if you want to get involved, use the hashtag GTR24H. We had a lot of banter at the tail end of the open practice session. We had talks about black eyes. We had talks about big Fs about mathematical equations. We're not going to dwell on that too much, but as the Jackson Fives did say, we are here to entertain you here in the commentary the commentary studio. Guys, this is where really we get down to brass tacks, and it's that final push to really get yourself in the best position possible. David, we have mentioned this phrase time and time again. You don't choose to win Le Mans. Le Mans chooses you. But if you can get yourself on the best foot forward possible tonight here in qualifying, you've got a real good shot, haven't you?
Yeah, absolutely do. And maybe we should actually expand on that phrase and exactly what we mean by that. So when we say Le Mans chooses her winners, what we mean by that is the fact that you can have the fastest car on the track, you can be the best prepared team, you can have the team full of the fastest drivers and the best mechanics, and you know, all your nutrition's on point, and on paper you've got this race in the bag, and that still doesn't guarantee you a win here at Le Mans. So what normally happens is it is the luckiest team that wins Le Mans. It's the team that has the most fortune, that escapes from the jaws of defeat. So don't be surprised to see perhaps a team that, you know, going 6 hours left remaining in the race, that looks down and out, to have a very, very good chance of winning here at Le Mans. We've seen it time and time in the real life version, but 24 hours is a very, very long time around the clock here in France, and they get put through their paces.
And as you can see on the left-hand side of your screens, there is DIS Sim Racing Lab HQ. Had a really good chat in the press conference on on official free practice 1. We will have the press conferences from now on during the second hour of that 4-hour session. So really good to get a good insight from Andy Kirsten. And Yusuf, we know that Andy Kirsten is an extremely competitive driver here in GTR24H. He has won races. He has battled at the sharp end of the grid. DIS can't be counted out for a Le Mans victory this season.
No, they can't, and we've been seeing the team growing. We've been seeing Andy in particular growing along with the team from last season when they entered in the GT3 class as a rookie team. Yeah. And now they're looking better and better. They've consistently been finding these third place finishes really all season. The first 2 rounds, they finished third, a couple of fourths, a couple of fifths, followed by a fourth. Maybe now they can get that one spot higher, but when we did talk to the DIS guys, I think they were very certain on what they wanted to do. They know their objective, and while it's not exciting, they don't want to go for that victory. It's very sensible. They want to go for third. They know what they're capable of. They're not trying to overreach. And that's very important, I feel, because it means that you don't over-push the car, going for objectives that, at the end of the day, may not be that realistic.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, times starting to come in. Dylan Claver for the number 16 Juices Motorsport LMP2, top of the time sheets, 3 minute 26.828, ahead of the sister car that is in the battle for the LMP2 crown, the number 15, Robert Pawn behind the wheel, a 3:27.941. The DSR Nightmare 777 car rounds out the top three. GTE, it is David Serra in the number 51 WOSR iZone Performance Porsche, ahead of the number 45 DIS SR Lab car. There's Pauli Ahonen in the 128 Callaway Corvette C7R from Satellite Racing. Now venturing out of the pit lane, Jakub Kowalski from Glam Racing. Kuba, as he's more commonly known, in the 404 Aston Martin, is on a very quick lap at the moment, pushing around about 260 kph into the final sector of the course, which will lead into Mulsanne, Arnage and Indianapolis. Kieran coming to GTE as well. Musto GT Esports looking for 2 titles. They are in the hot seat with the 53. The 54 could play the team orders game this weekend, but we know that there is any possibility. I mean, we're on board with Mattia Krupi in the 53 car, currently leading the championship by about 13 points. It is all to play for.
It is all to play for, but I think at the end of the day, you know, you've got to get the qualifying done and dusted first before you start bringing in the team orders. You know, this is going to be an interesting take on how these drivers are going to lap Le Mans and which of the team is going to be quicker, at least starting further up the grid. So I don't think team orders will take effect just yet, but keep an eye on them for tomorrow for sure.
And out of the 3 sectors on the course, Yusuf, Sector 3 is the longest in terms of the time duration. And it's also one of the more challenging ones. We saw Christian Klanek from Mugen Sim Racing in the 22 do a 540 going into the braking zone into Indianapolis. You know, it's a bit of a right-hand kink into a sweeping left, 90 left, that has an inverse camber, and that really caught the car out. 540 sideways into the barriers. These drivers, and look at the nighttime sky rolling in rather quickly. These drivers know that visibility is going to be at a premium. The headlights are going to be the biggest help. But also, the lack of light on the track can also be a bit of a hindrance, can't it?
Absolutely. And when we look at endurance races, when we look at the history of the Endurance Racing World Championship, and when those incidents do occur, they tend to happen at night. And that's usually just because driver concentration tends to fade. While we talk about how a lot of teams have drivers from different parts or from different continents around the world and multiple time zones, at the end of the day, we still have a very large proportion of drivers who are racing from Europe. And when you get into those night stages, you get a little bit tired and mistakes can start to happen.
Right, we've had a yellow out in Sector 1 that's been retracted. Yellow out in Sector 3. There's been a change at the top of GT3 as ID Simsport in the 177 McLaren 720S GT3 has now gone provisionally top of the timesheets. 3 minute 55.469 ahead of Jakub Kuba Kowalski and ID Sims, the Teddy Follingen ID Simsport collaboration in the 188. 3 minute 59.957. Kieran, any times through yet on Hypercar?
Not that I could see at this moment in time, but Vadukten are looking to make the way onto a flying lap now. They're just making their way onwards now towards, I believe that's towards Tetra Rouge. So about 3 minutes' time, we should be able to see a lap time from them. Okay,
David, any news on GT? Has there been any changes so far?
Not at the moment. Still David Serra for the number 51 machine, currently topping that class just now, 350.657. DIS SR in second place. Still about 9/10 of a second. ID Simsport in third, and it looks like Musto GT Esports still down in fourth position, but very early in qualifying we expect to see quite a few more cars out there.
Well, it's
later
been
on.
a bit of a disaster in Sector 3 for DSR Nightmare. They brought out the yellow in Sector 3. Gabor Hevesi, in the meantime, Yusuf, Mugen Sim Racing, a team that is looking at 2 titles this season. I think in the Roll of Honour here at GTR24H, no one particular outfit has secured 2 titles in the same season. They're gunning for LMP2 and GT3 this year.
It's going to be incredibly difficult for them to do that, but they have a decent chance of doing it. Currently sitting third in both classes, but especially when sitting second in the GT3 class and third or second tied in the LMP2 class. They have a shout. Varga are racing this weekend. We didn't see them out at Spa-Francorchamps last time around. We'll have to see what they can pull out, and qualifying is going to be that first test for us to see what their true pace is and whether they can challenge Deuces and Varga, because currently Deuces look like the favourites if anyone is going to be the dark horse to take down Varga Sim Racing.
Yeah, I mean, David, this qualifying session, there's 2 of them. There's a 3-hour first session, a 3-hour second session, and based on the average of those 2 times, it sets the grid. Now, we've had it before in GTR24H where a team has decided to either prove a point or go with an absolutely outrageous strategy of doing a top gear from the rear. Here at Le Mans, you can't take that chance.
You absolutely can't. It's one of those races where risk management is such a key factor, Alex. You have to put yourself in the best possible position for the race there. You really want to get out as early as possible, as Yusuf said right at the beginning, to get that time in. And just as we say, that Mark Veit goes top of the timing screens unsurprisingly with the 3:25.6. But this is what you want to do, and again, it's slowly revealing your hand to the other cars, to the other drivers, and to the other teams. And I just want to pick up on the point on the 777 DSR Nightmare team. Obviously, Yusuf and Kieran, you guys were here with myself this morning, where the other car, the 766 Dream Team car, was having an absolutely torrid time in the wet, and I'm a little bit concerned that we've still got a yellow flag for that 77 Nightmare team, in case they've really not got a good handle on that car just now, because this early into qualifying, the fact that they're still what appears to be potentially stationary in that sector, this is not the time you want to have an issue with the car or some hardware failure.
Not particularly, no. They had all that practice session for things to go wrong, but right at the start of qualifying, not an ideal time. But they'll just have to see if they can solve that problem, whatever the problem may be. If it is them, as you said, it looks like it's cleared up now in Sector 3, so hopefully they've retrieved that car back to the pit lane and they can start to sort out whatever the hardware issue is. I was just watching on with Tia Vardukten, and again another lap time on the board, but another lap hasn't been recorded, if you like, so they're lapping the circuit, but they're not setting lap times as of yet, so perhaps that could be something to do with the fact that they're not keeping all 4 wheels on the track. So I'll keep an eye on them. They're just heading down the Mulsanne Straight.
Okay, just looking at LMP2, we have got now the majority of what is showing on the timing screens, timing.gtr24h.org, 11 cars. And Gabor Hevesi now pulls it into pit lane. There is Dylan Clover. I've actually had confirmation, courtesy of team boss Nick Newcomb, earlier on when I asked him the question, who is running in the number 16 this weekend? Well, Nick is one of the 4 drivers. You've also got Joao Barbosa, Dylan Clover, who is behind the wheel, and Alexei Zagorodnev. So some new names there, Yusuf. I haven't heard of Alexei or Dylan before. Quite interesting. Now, we know that through Juices, the LMP2 squad started late last year by Nick and the team at Juices. They have really been promoting some great young sim racing talent over the course of the 2021 season, haven't they?
Absolutely, and Dylan Claver, I definitely recognise the name from last year. The other name you mentioned, I don't particularly recognise, so it might be a first outing for him in the Endurance E-Racing World Championship. We'll have to see what they can do, but the fact that Dylan Claver is out at the moment for Juices is very strong signs, or is a strong testament to how quick this young lad can potentially be.
Indeed, and Pauli Ahonen in the meantime, the Flying Finn in the 128 Satellite Racing C7 Corvette has gone to within 0.134 of David Serra in the 51 Porsche 991 RSR of WRSR WRSR iZone Performance. ID SimSport in the number 166 Aston Martin GTE rounds out the top 3. They are covered by 7.5 tenths of a second. The qualifying is really heating up. We're 20 minutes in. Guys, the rain is coming. Not the rain. The rain, we are expecting some over the course of the twice around the clock race. But it is very clear. It is very humid. It's 27 air, 29 track. Kieran, this track is going to evolve at a rapid rate of knots with the amount of rubber being laid down on the circuit, but also at night, the cooler air does help the engines to have that little bit of extra burst of power coming out of the apexes.
It does. But what the drivers have to remember is that with the track temperature also going down, they've got to be aware of that, especially through the corners. But you're absolutely right. You know, the cooler engines, the cooler temperatures, I should say, should help the engines and help them achieve that optimum range that they are looking for. Viaducton now going second in class, third overall in that lap time, 3:26.530. So Mugen Sim Racing in the 22 in the LMP2, currently faster than Viaducton, but still a long way to go in this Q1 session.
Indeed. Actually, Nick Newcomb's just given me some information about Alexei in Zagorodnev in the number 16. Currently running in the Virtual Endurance Championship. He's got years of experience. He's around 16 or 17 years of age. I feel like an old age pensioner now being informed of that situation with regards to ages. It's ridiculous the amount of talent we're getting through the sim racing community on how these drivers. Now, we all know that real life motorsport comes with a budget, but sim racing provides that extra bit of motivation, opportunity, hunger to go out there, compete for titles. And drivers that could have gone into real life motorsport have found that professional sim racing has been even more of an opportunity that they cannot waste.
Yeah, and I mean, credit where credit's due. Sim racing has been absolutely phenomenal in that aspect in terms of budget. It is still reasonably expensive. It's still more expensive than some of your more traditional sports in a sense, but it does give such better ease of access to so many drivers, and a lot of drivers are just sticking to sim racing. But just like in real motorsports, you have a huge pool, a huge ocean actually, of incredible young talents, just like you'd see rising through the lower formulae.
Yeah, and Kieran, you've done quite a lot of commentary in other championships, particularly single-seaters. I mean, there's a depth and breadth of talent. I mean, was it F1 Challengers, I think you were commentating on, you know, with the likes of one of the most recognised drivers from Red Bull Racing Esports, Marcel Kiefer from Germany. There is such a breadth of talent, and you know, ever since the pandemic really brought esports front and centre, we had some of the most recognised names in motorsport: Fernando Alonso, Sebastian Vettel, Jenson Button, Tom Coronel, Emerson Fittipaldi even put his 2 cents into the ring, did the two-time Brazilian Formula 1 world champion. It really has exploded, and it's like a Shinkansen. No one can stop it at that speed.
I mean, it's accelerated faster than one of these hypercars, I have to be honest with you. The progression it's made over the last year, even over the last year. I mean, this was probably the trend over the next 5 years, maybe even 10 years if you're looking long term. But the fact that it's all been packed into this last year, and unfortunately, I have never had the opportunity to commentate over Marcel Kiefer. But maybe one day. That
is Marcel, come on. Give him a nudge.
How can you say no to this?
You see, it's already started.
Actually, now I can see it. Yeah, now I can see it.
Now you've just seen it. Yellow outs in Sector 3. David, how's things looking in Hypercar? Have we had any changes?
We have. We've got a brand new pole sitter, Ryan Nash, for the 65 Satellite Racing Team. Jumps up to the top of the tables, 3:25.063. So that's 3/10 of a second ahead of Robert Powell, actually, who moves into second place overall in the LMP2. So that's a lap and a half there, 3:25.442. So the Juices Motorsport Club in LMP2 fight back, and we've been talking about this all the way through the build-up to this LMP2 versus Hypercar. This just gives it a nice little spicy mix. Alex, if I can, I wanted to just jump in with something that Yusuf was answering earlier on about the real life and the sim racing divide. And the other thing I wanted to throw into the mix and maybe excite some of the folk watching out there is the fact that how often are we actually seeing sim racers earning quite a pretty buck? out there
Yeah.
through Twitch streams, through YouTube memberships, through all that sort of stuff, through commercial partnerships as well. I would argue that, having done real life racing myself,
Yeah.
I think it's actually potentially way more lucrative right now because you've got a young, fresh audience in terms of brands, in terms of businesses looking to get involved. I think there's a lot more money to be made in sim racing.
Thank you very much, Nick Newcomb, for the correction. Alexei Zagorodnev is 23 years old. Robert, who's behind the wheel, is 15. So Alexei is a bit of a senior in the team. Juicers Motorsport Club, known for promoting young sim racing talent, helping them to get into the big leagues. And actually, when we spoke to Nick Newcomb at the press conference last night in official free practice 1 for the second hour of it, he said that they have won the PSGL 8 Hours of Le Mans just recently. Yusuf, that says to me that Juicers Motorsport, they've come prepared, they're ready to fight, and this is just the first part of that battle.
Absolutely, and the fact that they're getting involved in other endurance races and picking up wins as well is so important. It gives you that confidence, especially heading into...
sorry to cut across you there. I've just seen that 404 have just gone into the garage. There was a bit of an incident. I only just caught it on the top screen out of the corner of my eye, but as you were saying...
Oh, sorry, I kind of just lost my train of thought for a second, but no...
I do that sometimes, unfortunately.
I was saying that essentially they have that win. It gives you a whole boost of confidence, and when you're going against a team like Varga and like Mugen, you need that little bit of extra confidence. And we talked about it, I believe, in official practice about how you need to be able to put a little bit of extra pressure on the guy's head, just because they can sometimes cause them to make a mistake. Okay.
Well, we're about to complete the first half hour of this official first qualifying session for round 6, the final round of the 2021 Endurance E-Racing World Championship being held here at Circuit de la Sarthe in Le Mans. We're going to go to a commercial break. We'll be back very shortly to continue Q1.
Round 6 of the 2021 GTR24H EEW season Le Mans is presented in partnership with Viper Gaming by Patriot, Azatec, Global Flix, Film Vault, ESTV, and Motorvision.tv.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
A 1v2 for the tournament. Pressure is on.
Right, back into now what is the second half of this hour of qualifying. Just a little bit of housekeeping, really. First of all, this is meant to be a daytime session. We're going to run that in the second half of qualifying. So it is nighttime first, daytime second. Due to a slight issue, we're going to actually run with a 2-hour session for both Q1 and Q2. We're going to, so at least everyone gets an equal shot at going for pole position. A big thank you to our partners and sponsors, Film Vault Limited, Azatec, Global Flix, Sten Goldman. We've also got the likes of Motorvision.tv, the esports television network, where we will be broadcasting the entire twice around the clock race on over 30 channels. A big thank you to Sten Goldman for the fantastic wares. I loved your quip about shirts and bags this morning, David Christie. Said don't go looking through my bag. And also we have to say a big thank you to the No Carbs company, drinks company, Noco.dk. They've definitely been going down a treat here at GTR24H HQ. Right then, okay, first of all, let's go through what has occurred over the last half an hour. David Christie, who is leading the way in Hypercar?
Hypercar at the moment is still the number 65 of Ryan Nash for Satellite Racing. That's scorching 325.063, set just about 5-10 minutes ago. Second place, Mark Veit for the 666 Team Rookie Monsters, making the jump back into the championship for the final round. Third place is the Axel Sports number 21. Also, just wanted to give a very quick shout out to King Kodiak on YouTube, who was noticing that 21 car of Axel Esports looking very, very squirrely under braking. So that was an excellent catch there. Team Viaductin surprisingly down in 4th place at the moment, and then the 555 Team Rookie Monsters car currently 5th place in Hypercar with Taylor Lane behind the wheel at the moment. Those are the only cars in DPI to set a time.
Okay, at the moment, LMP2, Robert Pawn from Juices Motorsport Club in the number 15 leads the way with the 3-minute 25.442, 6 tenths ahead of the 22 of Mugen Sim Racing's Gabor Hevesi. Dylan Glover in the sister Juices Motorsport Club car, number 16, 1.386 seconds off of the top time. Pedro Ramada from the number 57, Brazilian and Portuguese amalgamated squad are running at the top 4. Matt Webb from E-Team Brit, the number 68, Arica, 3.7 seconds off with B32 Racing. The DSR Dream Team 766, the DSR Nightmare in the 777. Roland Zooks from DAC Hackers yet to set a time but is out on track. And our Malaysian LMP2 entry, the number 401 of Blue Steel Racing, has yet to set a time. GTE, Kieran McGinley. Or GT3, sorry.
I'm GT3.
You see?
I can go to GT3 if you want.
Okay, let's go GT3 then.
GT3.
I went to Kieran first. Sorry, Yusuf. Sorry, my bad.
I'm used to it.
Get used to it a bit more over 24 hours.
All right. Well, since GTE standings are up there, let's let Yusuf take the reins on that one.
Sure thing. It's Musto. Musto are dominating at the moment, but don't get too excited because WOSR haven't joined the server just yet. So we aren't seeing Musto's title competitors in the fray. Either way, Matic Krupi in or at the wheel of the 53 Musto, 1.5 seconds clear of, it was Pauli Ahonen, but David Serra has just jumped in for WOSR, and there is just over a second separating them. Then it's DIS sitting in 4th place, followed by the 54, the B team of Musto GD Esports, Giordano Valeriano at the wheel, and ID Simsport rounding out the class.
Right. Guys, who's got a yellow out in Sector 3? Which class and which car?
It's the DPIs. It's Mark Veit for the 666 Team Rookie Monsters who has brought out that yellow.
And that is just off the final chicane, actually towards pit lane entrance. Kieran, how's things looking in GT3?
Yeah, at the moment it's Mugen Sim Racing at the top of the order, as driven by Adam Surej. A 3:53.735 is currently the fastest lap in class. ID Simsport in the 177 in 2nd place, driver unknown for now. Rounding off the top 3, it's the 404 of Glam Racing, Jakub Kowalski at the wheel there. Yet to have a lap time from Unison Racing, although they are absolutely flying out there at the moment. They've just passed the halfway point on their laps, so we're expecting their lap time very, very soon. Same case for DSI Sim Racing Lab in the number 46. They're yet to set a time. They're in the very early stages of their flying lap.
Now, with this 2-hour qualification session on both parts of it, Yusuf, obviously this time last year, again, was very competitive. In your estimation, your opinion thereof, how are things looking this season? I mean, we've got a whole host of cars. I count at least the best part of 25 vehicles over 4 respective classes that are going to go into battle twice around the clock, starting tomorrow afternoon at 3 p.m. Central European Summertime. What are your thoughts, really, and what's transition in the last 12 months here at GTR24H?
I think it's looking a lot closer in terms of each category than what we were actually seeing last year. I know last year the GTE class was very close. It's when WOSR joined Muscle, and there were a couple of other teams that slipped my mind now, but it was a very tight battle for that top spot in GTE. But everywhere else, it was pretty much a one-man show. I believe it was Pinson Drillers who dominated the hypercar in the LMP2 class. This time round is looking a lot closer. We've been talking about it in pretty much every practice session so far. It's still a bit too early to really be able to put a definitive marker on what everyone's pace is. I don't think every team has really set a representative lap time yet. We're not even halfway through the opening qualifying session, but we're starting to see these battles, these narratives starting to form for us.
And, oh, that's a bit of a moment there for the 666 Rookie Monsters car there, David Christie.
It certainly is, and I didn't catch any of it because I was too busy taking a big deep inhalation of breath, ready to tell you that the 95 Deke Hackers car of Roland Six jumps into second place with that 325.121.
Who was it that was mentioning about, was it Ryan Nash, I think it was last night, mentioning about comparing LMP2 and DPI qualifying laps?
So where's that argument now then? Because I mean, this is now all cars on quali pace, and we're now nigh on identical times now. So that argument is null and moot at the moment, unless the DPI suddenly comes out with like a 1.5 second advantage. But it's way too close to call.
Yeah, it is. I mean, Kieran, it just goes to show. I mean, we've had it in real life. I mentioned this actually. I think it was last night. Then in real life, we actually were close to having a Le Mans LMP2 overall winner at one point, weren't we? A couple of years ago.
Yeah, I mean, we were. It's phenomenally close between the two for now. We'll have to wait and see how it all transpires, because a lot can happen still before the checker flag will fall. So, but we'll be keeping a close eye on it, because, you know, LMP2 and Hypercar, they might be closer in performance than we even give credit for. So, well, definitely have to bear that in mind.
Okay, with that in mind, let's have a quick look at the weather. Let's have a look at the radar here with regards to Le Mans. There is really nothing surrounding the circuit. Of course, the immediate vicinity. David, I think we've all discussed this at one point. The weather has been part and parcel of the factors that really do decide who wins Le Mans. It is absolutely critical, isn't it? You've got to be on your best behaviour. You've got to have the car set up correctly. You may have to do a compromise sometimes in terms of between dry and wet weather setup. And that's more paramount here than anywhere else on this calendar this season.
For so many reasons, Alex, because obviously once you're into race day and you've got that setup decided, that's locked in. There's very little you can do, if anything, after that, apart from maybe some temperatures of the tyres and some pressures of the tyres. That's about it. Everything else, from the car handling, from the car setup, suspension, ride height, aero, all that sort of stuff is all decided before race day. You have to have eyes on stocks on the weather radar to decide what it is. And again, going back to this morning and watching the 766 Dream Team LMP2 outfit, they obviously didn't have their wet weather setup sorted, because the car was consistently having problems under braking, and it's bits like that. You know, it's such a gambling act. It's such a juggling act, because do you compromise your straight line speed in the dry to go with a decent wet weather or a capable wet weather setup, or do you go all out in the chance that there's not going to be any rain at all? I have to hesitate and say, if you're one of the teams that's chasing the championship, you absolutely go all out and see what happens with it, because that's the sort of marginal gains that could win you the championship.
Yeah, I mean, now that night time is well and truly embedded here at Le Mans, as we see Valdemar Eriksson, who's actually got real life experience running in the Audi R8 LMS GT3 Evo, the 2019 variety, having run in the GT World Challenge, or European Challenge, Endurance and Sprint Series. It's great to see the correlation of real-life drivers actually coming into esports here, Yusuf. I mentioned that earlier on in the broadcast when we kicked things off. To see a talent, a young Danish talent like Valdemar Eriksson, I mean, you know, you've got Largim Ali. They both raced with RS Competition's Robert Schlunsen's karting outfit in Rotax circles, not just in Denmark, but further afield. It's great to have new blood coming into this championship. And Azatec Simsports have just signed a developmental deal with none other than Horatio Pagani, the Pagani brand. There's some exciting things happening at Azatec, isn't there, coming into this final round of the championship?
And regarding having this relation between pro drivers or in real life drivers and sim drivers, we had that fantastic conversation with Alex Young where we went fully in depth with that. That is available on the GTR24H YouTube channel if anyone is so inclined to view it. I do have a quick update in the GTE class because ID SimSport did recently improve. They put in a 351.0, which means that they've jumped up from 6th in class above the 54 and the 45 and up into 4th place.
Yes, indeed. And just a quick reminder for those watching at home, it is meant to be a daytime session. There has been a slight issue, but we have decided to go nighttime first and then daytime for the second session. We're unable to facilitate a qualifying session, well, each of the qualifying sessions to a total of 180 minutes. So we have shortened it by 60 in order to give everyone the same equal chance to get their lap times in. Okay, guys, let's have a look at updates. David Christie, Hypercar.
Hypercar still no change there. Ryan Nash for the 65 Satellite Racing in pole position in of the entire thing. 325.063. It's still Axel Sports now moving up into second place. Sian Butler with a 325.545 knocking down Team Rookie Monsters down into third place. Mark Veit behind the wheel of that one. And we also saw Taylor Lane very briefly on the screen there, but it's Team Viaducton still in 4th position, 325.8. Taylor Lane down in 5th position, 326.767 in that Team Rookie Monsters 555 car. And we've still got, I just saw a car going off into the car, that was the 21, yeah.
Butler. That was Sean Butler there, hard into the barriers there in the number 21 Axel Sports. Resets, goes back into the garage. LMP2, Roland Zooks leading the way by just over 0.3 of a second ahead of the number 15 of Robert Paul from Juices Motorsport. Gabor Hevesi, 0.9 off of Zooks in the number 22 Mugen Sim Racing car. Dylan Claver still in 4th. Pedro Ramada, Matt Webb, B32, Matt Webb from E-Team Brit. B32 Racing in 7th, ahead of the pairing of DSR Dream Team in the 766 and DSR Nightmare. Looks like the former's having a better time of it. No lap time yet from Blue Steel Racing, but they are out on circuit with Amir Hazik at the moment. GTE, Yusuf bin Suhail.
Pauli Ahanen's just improved. He's pumped in a 350.358. It's still over a second slower than Mattia Krupi, who leads the GTE Class 4 Master, but it is enough to get Satellite Racing ahead of David Serra and the WOSR iZone, or the WOSR car.
Okay, Kieran McGinley, GT3 update, please.
Yeah, it's Mugen Sim Racing. Adam Serra has actually gone quicker. 353.735, so he further extends his lead at the top. Still awaiting a lap time from the 717, the championship leaders in GT3 Unison Racing at the hands of Max Bunovic at the moment. They are currently on a lap, but they keep seeming to come back to the pit lane and re-emerging, coming back to the pit lane, re-emerging. We see them out on track right now, sort of roughly halfway through the lap, just coming up towards the Sector 2 line. Same thing as well for DIS Sim Racing.
Okay, yellow out in Sector 2. Sean Butler is actually just off of the Mulsanne. Just had to take the shortcut through the tyre barriers. You can tell, David Christie, that Axel Sports are pushing. And there he is.
They really are, and I think it's just a simple case of he's missed his braking point into that chicane there, and it ended up going straight on. Or it could be a case of a hardware reset going on at the moment, given that he's still out on the track there just now. Alex, this might be actually a good point to point out to viewers at home, that they can actually get access to all of the same information in real time that we have here in the studio as well, don't
Exactly, yes. We've got timing.gtr24h.org. You can actually go, that's for the live timing. You can actually click on and select the team that you're following through the 4 respective classes: DPI, LMP2, GTE, GT3. As we've got a yellow out in Sector 2. Can that be identified, please, guys?
they? Have a look for you.
That could be Sean Butler
It's
still.
cleared again, yeah, so it's already gone.
Well, at least the good thing is they are being rapidly cleared. I sort of want to take you guys back to earlier on this week. That holding everything back, that is over and done with. We're now here in the deep of night, and this is going to give us Adam Surej just pumping over the curbs through the Ford chicane. Oh, he nearly lost the back end there. Kieran, that is a guy that's quite clearly pushing. What's more, not only is he driving in this race, he's managing 3 teams, 2 of which competing here this weekend.
Would you have believed that was an outlap that Surej was on? He's now just onto his flying lap now, heading up in towards the first few quarters. But yeah, he's absolutely going for it. Currently 3:53.735 is the fastest lap time in the GT3 class. ID SimSport did set a 3:55.4. They came back to the pit lane, haven't been out since. Everybody else really currently on a lap. ID SimSport and the 188 have now set a lap time of a 3:59.9. It does put them 5th place, with Unison Racing once again coming back into the pit lane. Something is not right at the 717 garage.
Yusuf, we experienced the first real BOP adjustment for the GT3 class, and we thought it would really curtail the efforts of One Unison Racing. I think they know they're under pressure. That Aston not looking settled. I just saw Adam Surej coming through under the Pays de la Loire signage, heading into Tetra Rouge, and he was nearly 2 wheels off the track towards the outside to sweep the 650S GT3 into Tetra Rouge. That guy is committed, and he's quick.
I think it's a testament to just how much you have to push here at Le Mans, and we talked about Tetra Rouge in detail in one of the practice sessions about how it is a corner where you can gain so much time. You have to be super committed through the corner because Tetra Rouge opens up on corner exit. So even though it looks like you don't have that much room, you actually have a lot more than meets the eye. And if you don't get that exit right, it's going to compromise you all the way down the Mulsanne straight and into the first chicane. So good to see Adam Surej really pushing, using up all of the track and all of the curbs available to him.
Okay, gents, let's have a look at some top speeds. David Christie, fastest speed recorded by one particular car in DPI, please.
Ryan Nash, 338 kilometres an hour.
Okay, Yusuf, GTE.
I believe it is 300 kilometres, actually done by the 166 of ID SimSport.
Kieran.
288 from current pollster to Adam Surej, also tied with the ID SimSport car.
Okay, LMP2, it is the 4th place car, number 16, Dylan Claver in the Juices Motorsport car, 337 kilometres an hour. David, we're now going to have a little bit of a conversation here. It just goes to show that the Cadillac is pretty much, in terms of top speed, on very much level with a lot of the LMP2 classes, but it seems like the aerodynamics of the LMP2 car seem to be a little... right.
We've got an ID SimSport car who's off in Sector 2. It looks like they dropped the back end, though, but just reversing their way. A little bit of a three-point turn. They should be getting themselves underway.
That looks to be the 188. That's the ID SimSport Teleforingen collaboration. One of the loveliest liveries that I've actually seen. It looks better in the daytime, but you can see those twin stripes down the middle of the car. David, the aerodynamics really on the LMP2 cars seem to be a little bit more beneficial to those teams. But with the sheer grunt of that wonderful V8 lump in the back end of those TPIs really makes up for it, doesn't it?
It really does. I mean, the LMP2 isn't exactly a slow car.
No.
Compared to the DPI, yes, it's going to lose down on some straight line speed. So essentially, you've got a battle of 2 tracks. You've got the 2 halves of the track. You've got the first half after you hit Dunlop, after you hit Tetra Rouge, and you go out onto the Mulsanne straight. Then you're roaring away, and you're you're going to be in the land of the DPI. That's where the benefit is going to be there. And then when you come into the LMP2, it's afterwards, after all that, where it really comes into to benefit for the LMP2. When you come around Indianapolis, for example, through Ernage, then you come through Porsche corners and then into that final tight chicane where really you want to have as much speed into the car as possible. That's where it all comes through. And I was just watching there to prove that. I was actually watching the Team Viaductin car in that DPI, the number 9 car. As it was coming through that final chicane, took too much of the curb on the right-hand side and had the monster of all saves to try and hold that on, and still managed to get 3rd place in class, 6th place overall with a 3:25.836. So if that car hadn't lost half a second easily, that would have been up in the top 3.
Okay, guys, in your respective classes you're keeping an eye on, has any team not registered a lap time? Because I've got one here.
So in my one, I have got the final car at the bottom is, in fact, no, it's not, it's Taylor Lane because he's left the server. So all of my teams so far that are connected have set a time, but Team Adrenaline still missing from the line just now, so waiting to get a time from them.
Okay, Ahmed Hazik from Blue Steel Racing, the Malaysian team, had a really good chat with Sim Kai Wan, who's also not only the team manager but also competing in the lineup this weekend. That car has yet to set a lap time. Any in GTE, Yusuf?
Still waiting for Deuces Motorsport to head out. We've had 6 drivers out so far, a couple more to go. I'm not quite sure if DGTL and One Move Esports, if we'll be seeing them.
Yeah, I think there have been some amendments. When I spoke to Nick in the press conference, they have gone full LMP2, so we don't really need to worry about them. Kieran, anyone for GT3?
Yeah, Unison. They have not set a lap time yet. They keep setting 2 sector times and then abandoning it in the 3rd sector and then coming back to the pit lane. So something's not right at Unison at the moment, and they haven't set a lap time, although I can say Adam Surej on a charge. New fast lap for GT3, 3:52.458. Further extends his lead at the top.
Okay, now, earlier on in the week, myself, David and Yusuf we were going to embark on something a bit different, you know. Other commentators have done this. We were going to do some hot laps. Now, our very, very legendary broadcasting wizard, working his magic as always, Mr. Peter Munkholm, decided to go out first on the rig here at GTR24H headquarters and managed to go in the DPI, and I still remember the words. Now, we were all there, weren't we? He invalidated his lap time twice, bless him, because he was pushing like crazy in the back end. But the words that he said was and this was after the second lap. He said that lap was faster, but my lap time will forever remain secret.
And Yusuf, obviously we jumped on for a couple of laps after that, and my goodness, that car was a handful, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was absolutely incredible, and we talked about it yesterday as well, just how much those brakes really lock up under the final part of braking, and when you get onto the power coming out of a corner, it can just snap on you. We talked about how scary it might be if the rain does come down for those guys in the DPI class. You might have to soften the suspension as well, but an absolute monster to drive and a pleasure to drive as well.
For me as well, what I'd made the mistake of is my most recent experience in one of these single seaters is the LMP2 in iRacing, and then coming over to this and thinking it'll be fine. It's pretty similar.
Yeah.
Well, no, it's not anything like it at all. The only thing, the experience I can describe it is like a rocket-powered go-kart. That's about as stable as it is, because you brake into the corner where the LMP2 will just be absolutely like a bag of nails slowing itself down. This thing just decides to snap the rear end out on you, and then you try and control it, and you're suddenly off into the nearest wall anyway. So yeah, not for me, it wasn't an enjoyable experience because I'd only
you did
had
better than Peter, to be fair.
Well, yeah.
Did I? Hang on.
I'm not saying anything.
Did I just hear you say something with regards to reference to Peter?
So while it wasn't, while it was it was
that
a
cat in the
delayed
headlights moment with you looking at me that way.
It wasn't. I don't think it was an official counting lap time for Peter, but it still registers obviously.
I just remember you getting a lap in and Peter not.
Oh, did I get a lap in?
Yeah.
Oh, was that mine then? Oh, so wait.
No, I think it was Peter's, but it was an invalidated lap time. You actually got
I
a
actually
valid
got a
lap
lap
in.
Oh, right, okay. Well, I know it was slow because it was about 10 seconds slower than your one. Yeah, so.
Well, I'm fairly quick. That's nothing to be ashamed of.
Well, I did actually. I did get a really good shot of you actually wrestling with the DPI round Le Mans, which ended up on social media, didn't it?
Yeah, I tried to look good for the picture. I saw it coming. I thought, right, I need to concentrate. Both hands onto the wheel and look serious. And you got a really nice picture of me. And I thought,
oh, hold the phones! Where does that come from? 95 of Deke Hacker's rolling 6 smashes it into pole position, 324.935. That's absolutely out of nowhere.
You know what that means? That is over a tenth quicker than the quickest hypercar, Ryan Nash in the number 65. Well, that could be the top time, not maybe just for LMP2, but also for hypercar. Right, ladies and gentlemen, game on. Well and truly here at Circuit de la Sarthe for continuing coverage of the GTR24H Endurance E-Racing World Championship 2021 Le Mans season finale. Q1 well into its stride under the nighttime skies here at the virtual recreation of Baie-de-la-Loire in France. It's about a 4-hour drive southbound of Dunkirk, and David Christie, as
losing his mind.
does that, I get worried.
Right, I was looking at the live timing. I look up at my screen and I'm watching the second place car. Excuse me, let me just clarify who that was. That was Sean Butler I was on board with. And I swear to goodness, the only thing I see coming out of a corner is a car going sideways onto the track. He missed it by about millimetres. So close, Sean Butler.
He's wrestling with it again. I mean, look at the steering inputs there. Sean Butler from Axel Sports. I hope Alex Young is keeping him calm right about now. I had a quick catch up with Alex on the phone. Wish the team all the very best of luck this weekend. They've got a revised lineup, and what's more, not only did Alex Young compete at the Le Mans Virtual 24 Hours, his son Alistair has now been brought in to compete with the team. Oh my goodness me, that was coming out of India. That was coming out of Arnage. Sean Butler is absolutely wrestling with the car here, Yusuf bin Sahil. That is craziness under the nighttime sky, isn't it?
Absolutely. I'm trying to remember who it was who brought it up. It might have been you, David, and talking about how the DPI cars drive a little bit differently. It was either you or maybe it was Henry Sinnick during Kieran's interview, but talking about how in the DPIs, you just throw the car in and essentially drift it into the corner. And that's exactly what you saw from Sean Butler heading into Arnage, trying to get the car sideways, but just carrying a little bit too momentum, and as a result, overshooting on corner exit into the gravel.
Yeah, that was a point actually that Alex, when he was talking to Chris Gitzoff from Team Rookie Monsters last night, had brought up, and I jumped on that. But that's exactly it. He'd said that the car favours an aggressive driving style, and it looks twitchy, it looks nervous, but that seems to be the fastest way. But I mean, I can't imagine the way that Sean Butler right now is driving it is going to be getting in pole position.
Right, we're coming to the end of the first hour of Q1 here at Le Mans, here on GTR24H, live and uninterrupted on YouTube, on Facebook Live. We will be broadcasting on over 30 channels on esports television this coming weekend, starting at tomorrow afternoon at 3 p.m. Central European Summer Time. So, as we come towards the end of the first half of this epic Q1 session, it is Ryan Nash from Satellite Racing, the number 65, leading the way in hypercar. It's Roland Zux from DAC Hackers, the 95 for LMP2. GTE, it's now Mattia Krupi from Musto GD Esports in the championship leaders, the number 53. And rounding it out in GT3, Adam Surej in the number 41, Mugen Sim Racing, McLaren 650S GT3 leads the way. We're going to go to a commercial break. We'll be back very shortly for the second half of this exciting Q1.
Round 6 of the 2021 GTR24H EEW season Le Mans is presented in partnership with Viper Gaming by Patriot, Azatec, Global Flix, Film Vault, ESTV, and Motorvision.tv.
Split. A 1v2 for the tournament. Pressure is on.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
Right then, welcome back to GTR24H.org. David Christie, breaking news just after the hour.
Breaking is the word. 65 Satellite Racing back up to pole position and an absolute bombshell of a lap from Ryan Nash. 3:24.367, taking 0.6 of a second over that LMP2 of Roland Six. That is a shot across the bows for the entire field.
Ryan Nash was not kidding. I think we have got a fight on our hands, and what's more, guys, I think it's between 64 and 65. Sean Butler has shown really good pace. He can be in the mix. A big thank you for you all to rejoin us here on GTR24H for the second half of this first part of this qualifying session for the sixth and final round of the Endurance E-Racing World Championship here live and uninterrupted. We've got just under 56 and a half minutes to go at the 13.626 kilometre Le Mans circuit here at Pays de la Loire. Guys, it has been it's been faster and more frantic than I think any one of us has anticipated.
I'd say so. I mean, just having a look at with Yusuf going on his break now, I'm just having a look at GTE. I mean, the 6 cars are covered by, what's that, just over 2 seconds, the entire field. And having a look at GT3 here, I mean, it's now we have Unison Racing on the board with a time, and their first lap time has put them onto the front row of GT3. So, I mean, we've got the DPI standings on the screen, so I might as well let David take us through it.
Go away.
There you go. Ryan Nash then for Satellite Racing, pole position, 3:24.367, outrageous lap. Taylor Lane in second place for Team Rookie Monsters with that 3:25.0, and then in third place Sean Butler for Axel Esports puts it in third position. Fourth position for Team Adrenaline, who finally get their name up on the board there. Fifth place for Team Viaductin, and yeah, great stuff as we see Team Rookie Monsters and the 64 Satellite Racing team up there as well. Moving on.
Yeah, LMP2 yellows out for Dylan Clover in Sector 2. That's now been retracted. But Roland Zeus, 3:24.9. That is nearly quarter of a second ahead of the number 15 Juices Motorsport Club car of Robert Pawn and David Kalasai, currently in pit lane. The number 22 rounds out the top three, covered by just a fraction over half a second. Dylan Claver rounds out the top four ahead of Pedro Ramada. Matt Webb doing a sterling job for E-Team Brits in the number 68 Eureka 05. Maybe 3.8 seconds off the pace in this session, but is ahead of four other cars: DSR Nightmare, DSR Dream Team, B32 and Blue Steel Racing.
Yeah, for the GTEs, it's Mattia Krupi with Musto GT Esports in the number 349.265. It just puts him just over a second ahead of 128 Satellite Racing at the hands of Jimmy Nisula. David Serra of World of Sim Racing in the 51, rounding off the top three. And just to take you quickly through the GT3 class, no change at the top then. The 41 of Mugen Sim Racing, Adam Surej, still at the top of the table. We do now have a time from Unison Racing, the 717 car at the hands of Max Bunovic, now into second place, with ID Simsport and the 177 rounding off the top three.
Okay, so the first hour has been a bit of a blast. I think Yusuf has had to go and have a little bit of a lie down with all the excitement. I think it's we're going to sleep very, very well tonight, but it's going to be a very, very long day in the office. Morning warm-up starts at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, and then we go green here. The tricolour will wave, or will it be the Danish flag? Well, we might as well be, hopefully, a little bit patriotic here at GTR24H here in Denmark headquarters. But riding on board now with one of the DSR cars, I think that looks to be the Nightmare car. And funny enough, guys, what's just around the corner? Halloween.
Spooky.
Oh, there we go. Yeah, spooky, spooky, scary skeletons.
It's actually the Dream Team car. I got a bit excited there.
One thing that I wanted to mention earlier on when we were talking about all the data and ways that folks at home can get involved with the broadcast as well. If they go to sportguide.gtr24h.org, they can check out the fantastically well put together digital magazine that gives you everything you could possibly need to know about this final race, including details on live timings, and also the team radio that anyone can go on and listen to. We'll do our best to bring you all the highlights of that team radio, but you can just go on and have a little listen, as well as all your favourite team social accounts as well.
Don't forget, you can follow us on all the relevant social media accounts on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook. Why not like, share and subscribe if you are watching on YouTube right now. We're also broadcasting on Facebook Live. And guys, in front of us, our official feed shows the depths of the briny Mulsanne at the pitch black of night. That is one of the hallmark sights that you see at Le Mans. From that angle, doesn't it look glorious?
Doesn't it just? I mean, the headlights twinkling away just to give us a brief look at... There is a car coming. We won't be able to tell until it's about...
There's a BMW. There. That's probably one of the Musto cars coming through.
So very hard to identify, but you can just see it's absolutely phenomenal. What a view.
Pick a car, any car.
I think the other thing that viewpoint also shows you as well is just what a task is ahead of all of these teams and drivers, because it just shows you how small and how many cars there are out on circuit as well. And it really puts into perspective the job ahead for everyone this weekend. So, yeah, good luck to them.
Yeah, okay. So, any real developments in the respective classes? Any news on Hypercar, David?
Not yet. Delighted to see the Team Adrenaline up into, I believe, fourth place. Now, obviously, what happens is on our live timings is the teams dip in and out the server. It does jiggle about our timings at the moment. So I know that Team Adrenaline are up on the board just now. It's shown that they're in fourth. I think they're actually down in fifth once it's all said and done, but we'll double check that. Sean Butler for Axel Esports as well, still in that third position. Team Viaductin, I was expecting to see them a little bit further up than fifth at the moment, but given we are fairly early into our night qualifying, still, 52 minutes left to go, still plenty of time, and the track constantly evolving here, Alex.
It is indeed. I mean, we haven't really seen a drop in terms of the track temperature, but Kieran, the air temperature has actually dropped by about a couple of degrees Celsius. We've now got the 188 Teleforingen ID Simsport collaboration running 6th in GT3. What's going to be the main differences that the driver's going to have in terms of the adhesion, in terms of the tyres, the way that car's going to respond to brake and throttle inputs?
as the track starts to cool down, it hasn't really showed a sign of cooling down just yet, but that normally goes hand in hand whilst the air temperature starts to drop away as well. But I think the drivers will mainly see a difference in how much heat the tyres can handle. Obviously, the higher the temperature of the surface, the easier it is to keep the heat into the tyres. And around a track like the Circuit de la Sarthe here, you really need all the heat in the tyres you can get, especially when you get towards the third sector. So got to be just keeping your wits about you and just make those necessary tyre pressure changes when the temperature starts to fluctuate.
A big thank you once again, as always, to our partners, Global Flicks, Monovision.tv, the Esports Television Network, Azatec being amongst them, the No Carbs Company Drinks Company. Actually have their brewery on site here in Denmark, not too far from where Jon Fabricius Terrell actually lives, about 25 kilometres from where he lives here in Denmark, and also Sten Golson amongst others, Viper Gaming by Patriot. You know what, I think since you guys have jumped on board, I have really felt an interesting shift in the dynamic, but it's a very positive one. I said earlier, I've said it multiple times across this week so far, since David, I and Yusuf arrived on Wednesday, you arrived yesterday, Kieran. The fact that we have been able to really bring this gravitas, this atmosphere, this adrenaline-fueled hype train that we've all been waiting for. And guys, I've got to ask you an honest question. When the plane took off from Stansted Airport, what were your first thoughts, David?
Oh, talk about getting thrown under the bus.
You were actually swept under the carpet.
Yeah, exactly. In all seriousness, I wasn't sure what to expect, because obviously brand new to the team here at GTR24H, had only ever spoken to everyone online and you know, through our online meeting. So it was exciting, but there's always that part of you that wants to try and temper your excitement, because you're not sure what to expect, and then you come here and you see everybody is real in terms of like the excitement, the passion, and when you get together with people that share the same enthusiasm and the same passion and the same excitement, then suddenly it amplifies your own excitement and your own passion and your own enthusiasm as well. And I think that over the course of the week, where normally we'd start to all get tired and we'd start to get lethargic and fatigued, it's just been this constant train of energy and excitement. And I'm so proud of what we've all been able to achieve this week.
I really liked your comment last night at the end of the official practice session, just before I came back for the final half hour, which was Yusuf went, we're going to move the tables back, have a bit of a boxing ring, and your response was, if any of us have a black eye, that's why. That just really sums up the joviality. I mean, I remember. I've just seen 766 hit the barriers.
Not only that, but Ryan Nash has upped the tempo as well. Again, 3:23.0 this time. Another 0.4 of a second.
3:23.0. That is now 1.9 seconds quicker. Ryan Nash is proving his argument is well and truly in his favour, Dave.
I think he is, actually, and we have to accept that. That is an absurd
you have to accept that.
We have to accept that as the commentary team. We're a team, guys. It's not just one individual person here. That's my excuse since last night.
I mean, the thing was, there was a bit of inter-team rivalry when it came to mathematical discussions last night.
Tell me about it. Tell me about it.
I know, because you were like
I started it, and it just spiraled way beyond.
You started it, and he finished it with a big
way beyond anything that I could ever imagine. It just spiraled.
Talking of spiraling, right? Where does anybody have to go with this? Because Roland Zooks in the LMP2, I don't think they're going to get that much closer to it, but Sebastian Seville for Team Adrenaline, now in second place there. Taylor Lane for Team Rookie Monsters. Guys, they've got to take nearly 2 seconds off their time to get up to pole.
To be honest with you, well, you say pole position. It'll be pole position in this session, but we've still got the second 2 hour qualifying session. that is the biggest point with GTR24H. It's very much like, say, Superpole in different championships. You've got to really be on your A game. You can push as much as you can. But one of the biggest things here, Kieran, is that you can't... If you go 110%, you can fall foul of anything. We've seen incidents into the barriers. We've seen Michael Tyler blowing the engine on the E-Team Brit car earlier on this week in free practice. We've seen Taylor Lane, who is actually on our screens, well, on your screens at home there, on the left-hand side of it. He spectacularly lost the left front wheel.
I mean, those are the times to be making those mistakes and having those tyres fall off. At least it's not during the qualifying session or still the race. So, just get those ironed out. Make sure they're swept under the carpet. Make sure no one else knows about them apart from us in the...
Oh, dear. Here we go again.
Oh, my God! Are you kidding me? The 64 Satellite Racing finally puts a time in. Alex, you're going to love this. Martin Hemmingson, 3:21.751.
The Dane train is back, ladies and gentlemen. Partnering with Henry Cynic at PinSim Drillers Esports in Hypercar earlier on this year, the Dream Team are back, and they mean business.
The Dane train. Brilliant.
Hey, the thing is, these two, and Yusuf will testify to this, Martin Hemmingson was an absolute wizard, along with the Estonian Henry Cynic behind the wheel of the hypercar class that was made defunct, and we brought in DPI. You know what? I cannot... Well, actually, I can completely believe, but I could not believe the exultation, the gesticulation of one David Christie. It was like I was waiting for you to jump up and down between the roof and the floor. My God, man.
I mean, seriously, though, that is just absurd. And obviously, now we're starting to get an idea of the real pace of these cars. Yeah, look, Ryan Nash absolutely has that point. Those DPIs were definitely on race pace last night compared to that. I mean, 3:21.7. Not just that, right, but to go on, like, we're looking at this and we're getting all excited thinking, oh, we've got 10 cars within a second of each other. It's going to be a really close thing. And then Ryan Nash comes along and blows it out the water. And then Martin Hemmingson sends it into another orbit altogether. That is just unbelievable.
I think Martin Hemmingson should put that number 64 Satellite Racing Cadillac DPI into the next galaxy. It might be something featured on the next Men in Black movie.
But more importantly as well, for the championship, that again puts the 64 ahead of the 65, and that is so important championship wise because again they're in the lead of the championship for DPI.
Okay, guys, let's give everyone a bit of an update on the times as we have just over 44 minutes to go. David, update on Hypercar. Well, we just had literally the biggest exaltation. That's the number 46 GT3 car, the McLaren 720S DIS SR Lab, the sister team to the number 45 Porsche 991 RSR. What else is happening apart from Martin Hemmingson making you launch yourself out of your chair, young sir?
I've got the feeling it's going to be a very long night, guys.
I think I need to have the defibrillator on standby for you as well.
Absolutely. So it's the sister car then, as I said, Ryan Nash in second place with a 65.
Hang on. I've had a bit of a development. The engine is dead at Axel Sports. Q1, they're sitting out the rest of it. Engine has been terminated, I'm afraid.
So there you go, that answers it. So that moves Axel Sports then down to 5th position because Taylor Lane in the 555 Team Rookie Monsters machine currently in 3rd position in DPI. Sebastian DeVille for Team Adrenaline in 4th position. As we said, Sean Butler in Axel Sports car down in 5th. Viaductin in 6th position. And I'm still not shown as having a lap, but I'm pretty sure we did have one from the other Team Rookie Monsters car, the 666 of Mark V. I'm sure we did have a time for that one.
Might have exited the server.
So if he has, then that's obviously
I think I did see the car actually in the pits as at the moment Roland Zooks now has improved his time. The car's now in the garage, David, but his best lap time in 3:24.475. So it is, and that is 1.7 seconds behind Martin Hemmingson. João Barbosa, in the meantime, the number 16 Juices Motorsport Club. It's a 2-3 for the team at the moment because it's a 3:24.9 for Barbosa. Robert Pound, a 3:25.175. Mugen Sim Racing. level on points with the number 15 Mugen, the number 15 Jesus Motorsport Club car coming into this final round of the championship. 3 minute 25.478. Pedro Ramada rounds out the top 5 for Ramada Motorsport. DSR Nightmare now up into 6th place ahead of E-Team Brit. And the Malaysian outfit, Blue Steel Racing, Amin Hazik, has been improving consistently throughout the session. Now puts it P8 as B32 Racing bring out a yellow flag on the circuit. DSR Dream Team in the pit lanes. Kieran, an update on GTE and GT3, please.
Yeah, GTE, Matteo Krupi has gone even quicker in the number 53 Musto GTE Sports. 3:48.925 is the new fastest lap in GTE. ID Sim Sport currently in the pit lane with a 3:50.445. DIS Sim Racing Lab in the number 45, our third, 3:50.565. We have had a couple of drivers and teams leave the session so far. Once they return, their rear lap times will be reinstated so long as they return before the end of that checkered flag. But at the moment, David Serra in the World of Sim Racing car in the number 51, 4th place, and the sister 54 Musto GTE Sports rounding off the 5 drivers classified in GTE. In GT3, well, it's still Adam Surej at the top in the 41 Mugen Sim Racing, 3:52.458, still the fastest time of the session. Max Budovic in the 717 Unison Racing, no improvements just yet on the 3:53.141. 177 of ID Sim Sport, driver unknown, but they are currently 3rd place with a 3:55.469. And Glam Racing in the 404, Henrik Hoyer rounding off the top 4, has just set his personal best through the final sector. 3:56.276 rounds off the top 4.
Okay, Adam Surej out on track at the moment in the 41 650S GT3. This car has been through the wars all the way through this season. And looking back at the results, starting with the first round at Indianapolis, they were leading the way by a considerable margin before drama struck Zolt Pribek. Going through into turns 1 and 2, an unfortunate double downshift caught Pribek out and blew the gearbox on the car, put them into the garage, and it meant that Unison Racing would then go to win the first 2 races of the season at Indianapolis in the Film Vault 12 Hours of Silverstone. Unison Racing were up against the wall at Sebring when the BOP was introduced. The 717 car would end up in 3rd place. One Move Esport in the number 26. Ferrari would take the win, but Mugen Sim Racing would start clawing their way back at Sebring and Nürburgring, taking 2nd and a victory respectively before P4 at Spa put them 20 points adrift. But guys, we have talked about the double points that are on offer. It is 2 for pole position. It is 2 for completing the entire twice around the clock duration, and also it is 50 points for a victory. Looking into the championship standings, DPI 64 Satellite Racing come into this round with a 14-point advantage, 21 points ahead of 3rd place car, the number 1 of Team Viaduct, and Axel Sports have a point to prove, and they mean business. They are currently 41 points down in 4th position. There's Ryan Nash, who is really going full guns blazing, David Christie. He looks to be that he's winding up that car to volume number 11.
Yeah, he certainly is. So he's out on his hot lap just now. Is the sister car of 64 Martin Hemmingson out on his out lap as well, so he'll be coming across the line and start his hot lap. But yeah, about 3/4 of the way through the lap is Ryan Nash. We've got a yellow flag in sector 3, but Ryan absolutely on it just now.
That's why. Sorry to cut across you there. It's the ID SimSport 188 of Telefoningen has found the barrier. That's the reason for the yellow flags there.
That's Indianapolis, isn't it?
I would, yes, I think so.
Yeah, that's where Christopher Klanek for Mugen Sim Racing, the 22, went off last night in official free practice 1. And that car must have done a 540 and sideways into the barriers. That is going to be recovered to the garage, I'm afraid. But nevertheless, with about 35 or so minutes remaining of the session, guys, the pace has simply been relentless, hasn't it, Kieran?
It's been electric. I mean, especially at the pointy end of the order in the DPI, it's absolutely been smashed there. So enough to make David on the edge of his seat. He's still looking onto those timing sheets and seeing if they can get even quicker. I'm betting they could.
I see someone who just cannot believe what his retinas are telling him right now.
Well, mainly for a couple of things. We've got yellow flags in Sector 1 and Sector 3, so yeah, interesting.
Okay, guys,
there.
can we find out who those cars are, please?
Let's have a quick look. So one of them is one of the hypercars, so that is the Viaductin team. And the second one, I can't. Oh, there we go. That's the ID Simsport. So it's still the ID Simsport for Sector 3, and it's the Viaductin car in Sector 1 there. But yeah, like, it's incredulous. Not so much the time, because at this point in qualifying, we don't know how that fits in terms of, like, is that a really fast lap time? It looks it, given that it's just knocked 2 seconds pretty much out of everyone there. But yeah, we'll find out in time if that is as incredible a lap as it looks.
Okay, coming back to LMP2 at the moment, I am riding on board with one of the cars. It is Mugen Sim Racing. Yellows out in Sector 3 once again, and we have David Kalasai behind the wheel of the number 22. I think, really, we have had some very great insights from Mattia Krupi from the 53 Musto GD Esports. We're going to go on board with the car up to full speed. Go past the iconic Ferris wheel, and Kalasai actually denies us of a potential hot lap voiceover by yours truly as he heads into pit lane. But fastest sectors in LMP2 at the moment, Roland Zux in sectors 1 and 3, and Joao Barbosa in sector 2. David, who's been setting the fastest sectors? Don't tell me it's Ryan Ash for all 3, is it?
It is, unfortunately.
I sort of answered my own question with that one, didn't I?
I mean, Martin Hemmingson has just been absolutely devastatingly fast. Ryan Nash, I think, would have been close to it, but
yeah,
we're looking at least... I mean, Martin Hemmingson took 9/10 of a second out Ryan Nash on Sector 2. That alone just absolutely blows my mind. Everything else is comparable. Everything else is just like, oh yeah, that's a really good lap. 3/10 here, 1/10 in Sector 3, but 9/10. Where on earth do you get a second from a car that is already leading the field?
Kieran, who's been setting the fastest respective sectors in GTE and GT3, please?
Well, at the GTE, looking at it, it's Matteo Gruppi who's got the hold of all 3 sector times. So that 53 Musto GT is the fastest the GTE can go so far. Having a look at GT3, 2 out of 3 ain't bad for Mugen Sim Racing. They've got sectors 1 and 2 down. It's Unison Racing who are fastest through in sector 3 by just the narrowest of margins. But because of that, it means Mugen Sim Racing still hold that fastest lap by, well, about 7/10 of a second, so they're looking pretty comfortable. Adam Surej looks pretty comfortable out there.
Well, I've actually just seen a very interesting drive from Amir Hazek. We've got a replay. Well, we've actually gone back to the car and was going past Glam Racing in the 404. The Aston Martin was actually not moving from its trajectory, and then Amir Hazek decided to chance a little bit of fate on the right-hand side of the circuit by actually going outside of the traditional road markings. Now, I've driven down this road 3 weeks before this year's Le Mans event, and one of the interesting things is that the majority of the time when you're driving down these public roads, you are restricted, I'm afraid to say. You wouldn't be doing like 330 kilometers an hour like some of the LMP2 or the the DPIs are doing. I was doing 80 kph. That's 4 times less than what these cars were doing. And I've got a real understanding of how tricky it is going into the braking zone into Indianapolis, because the right-hand kink is actually very minimal. But we've seen it's caught out drivers, especially in the night time, because one of the biggest things here, David, is that with the restricted light that you have, you're not going to make out the braking marker boards, are you?
That's a brilliant point, and there's so many different nuances to that answer. No is the straight answer to that. You're not going to see the braking points. However, for drivers that are just in the nighttime stint, they have it slightly easier than, say, the dawn or the dusk drivers who have got to get used to that adjusting light as it gradually gets darker or it gradually gets more bright, because your eyes are trying desperately, and then suddenly, before you know it, your braking markers are gone, or you've got new braking markers that you have to go on.
Sorry, I just had a bit of a heart in the mouth moment, because I thought that the DIS SR Lab car, which was being followed by Blue Steel Racing, was heading into the pits, and the DIS SR Lab car looked to have a little bit of a slight spike in the internet connection, and the car actually did a bit of a Tokyo drift going into the pit lane. So sorry about that. But yeah, it is rather difficult in terms of what is happening. But we're about to hit the final quarter of Q1 here at GTR24H for round 6 of the EEWC for 2021. We'll be back after the break.
Round 6 of the 2021 GTR24H EEW season, Le Mans, is presented in partnership with Viper Gaming by Patriot, Azatec, Global Flix, Film Vault, ESTV, and Motorvision.tv.
A 1v2 for the tournament. Pressure is on.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
To get the final 30 minutes of Q1 here at GTR24H for the 2021 EEWC Le Mans season finale here at Circuit de la Sarthe. Alex Goldschmidt and Kieran McGinley taking you to the end of the session. Yellow flags out in Sector 1, and that looks to be either GTE or GT3, Kieran.
I'll have a quick investigate for you, see what's happening out there.
that's been quickly retracted.
hasn't it?
My thunder was quite literally stolen by the team that did that, charlatans.
Your thunder startled me, that's for sure, as well.
Well, I think the person with the most thunders tonight has been David Christie, the way he's been gesticulating.
And now you get the pleasure of taking that over from him to see how they end up, of course, in this night session. It's the average of those 2 laps, but what a lap so far.
I know. Firstly, a big thank you to Monovision.tv, Viper Gaming by Patriots, Global Flix, Azatec, Film Vault Limited, Nocco, the No Carbs Company at Nocco.dk, Sten Goldman for the threads that we've been wearing all the way through the live broadcast, and also Esports Television Network, where we will be broadcasting on over 30 plus channels for the twice around the clock race here at Le Mans that starts at 3 p.m. tomorrow afternoon. An update in terms of the live timing: I'll be dealing with Hypercar and LMP2 for the next just shy of half an hour. Kieran McGinley will be on GTE and GT3. Martin Hemmingson, 3 minute 21.751 for the current DPI leaders, 64 of Satellite Racing, and he is close, I think, to very much crossing the line. He is the fastest driver on all 3 sectors. Ryan Nash, 3 minute 23.0 for the 65. Taylor Lane has got himself up into P3 on a 324.4, 2.6 seconds after the pace from Hemmingson, who I think is now starting to make his way back out onto the circuit. Good to see Sébastien Deville, one of the Swiss drivers at the Swiss team Adrenaline, running in the number 33. They are currently P4. Session, unfortunately, over and done with Axel Sports. Sean Butler in the number 21 DPI, engine blown. That concludes their first part of qualifying. They have been very quick in quali. Spa-Francorchamps is a race they want to put behind them rather significantly. Team Viaducton in the number 1 car, 6th place, and looks like Team Rookie Monsters, according to our official timing. You can follow that at timing.gtr24h.org. LMP2, Roland Zooks in the pit lane, still leading the way, but Joao Barbosa, the driver from Juice's Motorsport Club, is currently out on track, and he's starting to accelerate into the stratosphere, and by that I mean in the best part of close to nearly 300 kilometers an hour, hard on the brakes, and is turning in about halfway through the lap. David Kalasai out on circuit at the moment, probably just about to complete the first sector, as we see Amir Hazik in the number 401 Blue Steel Racing and Malaysian outfits, 7th behind E-Team Brits Matt Webb. DSR Nightmare in the 777 rounds out the top 5, followed by Dream Team and B32 Racing. Kieran, GTE and GT3, please.
Well, GTE still 53, Musto GT Esports, the hands of Mattia Krupi at the top of the standings. Satellite Racing in the 128 have now thrown Jibby Nisula into the car, and he's got it up to a 350.358, still second place by the skin of their teeth at the moment, ahead of the 166 ID SimSport. They are flying out there at the moment, 3rd place at the moment, towards the end of their lap. See what they can do. I'm watching the DS Sim Racing Lab at number 45 Porsche make its way now on towards the start-finish line and across the line to complete a 4-minute plus lap, so not really a representative lap time there. In the GT3s at the moment, well, Adam Surej has gone even quicker now, 352.1, and he needed to do that because Unison Racing are now in a 352.774, and they've just set a really good sector time in Sector 3, so the game is on between the two of them. Just under 0.7 of a second separates them with just a few minutes to go. Then it's the 177 ID SimSport in 3rd place, then just shy of 2.4 seconds off of the lead pace in GT3. Glam Racing 404 at the hands of Henrik Hoyer, currently rounding off 4th place, and then it's the 46 of DIS Sim Racing Lab, 188 of ID SimSport Telefonigan, and the 585 Azatec SimSport.
Oh, sorry to cut across you there. Amir Hazik, heavy hit into the barriers. Kind of reminds me of a couple of that is through the first chicane, and Hazik has just had the almightiest of scares right there. That was going through the Dunlop chicane underneath the Dunlop Bridge. This is the very spot where Alan McNish one particular year ended up trying to go for the lead on Timo Bernhard through the Dunlop curves, went through. Unfortunately, the pair clashed, and then all of a sudden, Alan McNish found himself rolling over the barriers at significant velocity, but Amir Hazik through safely on Cetre Rouge down the Mulzin to lead to the Diel, the two chicanes here. And I've also driven down this part of the circuit. I mean,
You're just rubbing it in now.
No, I mean, the thing is, and this is from a true fan's perspective, we are commentators, we are the ones that are telling the story here, but as Amir Hazik just takes out one of the posts whilst having to brake very significantly there. I did mention about the marker boards earlier, Kieran, that it's not easy in the depths of night. The pace is going to ramp up in session 2, isn't it, for quali?
I think so. If we're looking at the daytime session, yes, the braking points, the turning points are going to be much easier to spot once you're out there, and this is when your nighttime drivers are really in a world of their own. They're in their own zone and trying to make sure that it's almost muscle memory at this point when you're driving around in the dark, in the night, when you can see just meters in front of you and trying to pick out your braking point. And
side. That was definitely not Le Mans drift. That was definitely Tokyo drift from the 766 LMP2 entry there. That was coming through, I think that was Arnage, if memory serves me correctly, now heading towards Indianapolis. That's definitely somewhere where you don't want to get it wrong at all. But as you were saying, Kieran.
Yeah, I sort of lost my train of thought.
I've done that to 2 people tonight. What's wrong with me?
Oh, it's okay. I wouldn't worry about it. Oh, there's a big moment there for the number 54. I think that's GT3 there. It's a huge hit and a rear wing gone as well. It's the 50.
No, that's the Musto GDE Sports sister car.
It is.
BMW.
Yes. So it's gone heavy into the wall. That looked to me like it was Indianapolis there, and it's gone backwards in, and it's a heavy contact. No rear wing on that car. Now they have to try and limp that car back to the pit lane, get the car fixed. I mean, how long have we got left in the session? In just over 20 minutes. It's doable, but it's a long lap back, and it'll be a long lap to get themselves onto a flying lap again.
766 absolutely flying through the Porsche curves here at this fantastic 13.626 kilometre circuit, and has just gone through into the part where Benoit Trullier in real life, when him, Marcel Fessler and Andre Lotterer, that was in 2013, that won the 24 Hours of Le Mans, where it was 3 Audis against Peugeot, and 1 Audi ended up bettering all the rest. What's occurring, my good friend?
Well, I'm just seeing one side of the Musto garage, the 54's now got no rear wing and making its way back to the pits. The other side of the garage, the 53, has just gone even quicker in the GTE class. 3:48.397 is our new fastest lap time in the GTE class. It's good enough now to pull them even further ahead. But 128 Satellite Racing, just under 0.7 of a second separating them. Jimmy Nasula at the wheel of the car now, and he's just started. He's just in the pit lane now, but getting ready to start his outlap once again.
Okay, with just under 20 minutes to go, we're going to give you a roundup of what's been occurring. So, leading the way, we'll go with the top times in all 4 respective classes. So, Martin Hemmingson has been in a 3-minute 21.751 in that first session. Giordano Valeriano is the driver that was affected with the impact. So, Valeriano that has been with Musto for a little bit of time, and that was definitely better to get it out of the way in qualifying. Mark Vates from Team Rookie Monsters in the 666 Cadillac DPI has just gone second quickest, 2.2 seconds adrift, with Satellite Racing's Nello Pastorino, who actually found out what not to do when you come into the final chicane in the 65 car, went pirouetting, having hit the gravel, as we saw on our social media streams here at GTR24H on Twitter, Facebook and Instagram. They found out how close you need to be. Well, you need to be a little bit further away from the gravel on that particular occasion. LMP2 Roland Zooks feels that it has been enough for the number 95 DEAC Hackers to keep ahead of Joao Barbosa and David Kalasai. And it is not much between them at all. I think at the minute, top 3 in hypercar covered by 2.2 seconds. LMP2, Kieran, just under half a second. LMP2 looking rather racing tonight. What's the skinny on GTE and GT3, my friend?
Both of them under 0.7 of a second separating first and second place at the moment, so pretty close all around at the moment. So very, very good to see, very encouraging to see that mistakes in the race are going to be punished and punished badly as well. So it's going to be important, get your fastest lap times in there, but you've got to have the consistency tomorrow in order to take full advantage of where you can place the car. And of course the drivers will get to do this all over again, because of course they'll be thrown back in there in a daytime session later on, and we'll see what they can do. We've got one of the LMP2 cars off into the gravel there. I'm trying to figure out who that one
hang on
is.
a second.
Somewhere
That
out there in the yellow
is
sector two.
Dream Team again, 766. Not what they wanted, really.
No.
That is sector number 2. There's Henrik Hoyer in the Glam Racing 404 GT3 car. Comes into this championship with an opportunity to hit the top step. Now, Glam Racing have been a fantastic set of drivers that we've really been interested to keep an eye on, and really good to hear from Maria Rinhak, their team boss. Really good to see her. We've heard so much from her and the likes of Callum Wilson, and realistically, the good thing is that whilst Maria Rinhak was on the press conference, Henrik was behind the wheel in the sim behind. And that's, what they say about reading between the lines. It's always, sometimes you have to look in the background as to exactly what's happening. And you know what? They have been stern defenders. And I've just seen where DSR Dream Team have gone off. Oh my goodness, the car is stationary. Was stationary. And I'm going to try and get a replay on that.
Well, whilst you do that, I was going to talk a bit about Glam Racing, because, if motorsport is by patterns, they finished 4th at Sebring, they finished 3rd at the Nürburgring, they finished 2nd at Spa-Francorchamps. Now, I like a pattern, I do, so Glam Racing, don't let me down. All signs point to that pattern succeeding. At the moment, they're 4th fastest in this session.
We have talked about Glam Racing's upward trend. I'm sure Maria's going to laugh with me on this one, not at me, because when I interviewed Callum Wilson, who's been divulging not just in the EEWC, but also has been racing the Virtual Motorsport Online Touring Car UK Championship. So he's been getting his double dose of racing, sprint and endurance, and loving every single second of it. Callum hasn't actually been at some of the... Oh my goodness me, Henrik Hoyer. Having a bit of a moment coming through past the past Dunlop as such. But I still remember. You ever remember when Yannick Dalmas in the Audi safety car past the Dunlop Bridge in the wet, full four-wheel drift in the Audi safety car? Anyone remembers that one? That was a perler, and of all places to do it, it got a roar of appreciation from the fans that were braving the weather.
Oh, no doubt about that, and what a way to put on a bit of style as well. So,
yeah,
not for the one for trying. I wouldn't try it, but there's a reason I wouldn't try it. 15 minutes to go until Q1 is completed. And for those seeing the picture-in-picture, that's, in other words, the picture that is actually above what you're seeing. Right, okay, yes. Picture-in-picture. Yeah, I think that makes sense.
It does. We've got, there are DIS SR Lab working away. So you've got the 45 crew and the 46 crew. And you know what? This is what I love about sim racing here, Kieran, is the fact that we can now see at the inner sanctum. You can see them hard at work. And when you do something like that, basically you've effectively got nowhere to hide as long as the camera's not being shown at that particular juncture.
Yes, unfortunately now though we've got a camera right where they are, and we're also watching one of their teams now out on track, so the pressure is on now whilst we're talking about them. No, it's great to see. It just shows you what sort of format, how their setup is, what the team is doing. It's very clear that they're going to be working together. I mean, it would be quite interesting to see if there's any rivalry developing, considering they are constantly, less than 2 meters apart. So we'll see how that develops throughout the weekend. But what it's also great to see is that, after a year, we're seeing teams actually being able to come together and race under the same roof. So that is fantastic to see in its own right.
I think the other caveat that we've got here as well, I mean, COVID-19 has been a very difficult enemy to the globe. And there is, I can't really stress that enough, because 2019 was the last time before the COVID-19 pandemic came in that GTR24H was able to host a LAN event. And we are so excited that we are going to have the full kit and caboodle. The LAN event will be back for next season, for the 2022 season. We'll have an update on calendars and tracks as we'll bring that to you probably towards the end of the broadcast on Sunday afternoon. Don't forget, we do go back an hour at 2 in the morning, so effectively we were having a little bit of a joke about this earlier on today, weren't we? So like when we were looking at the rotor pattern for us lot in commentary, and you said 2 o'clock. And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, and it's 2 o'clock again.
Welcome along to hour 12. It's currently 2 o'clock. Welcome along to hour 13. It's 2 o'clock. Is that right?
It's sort of like someone's brought Doc Brown, Marty McFly, and the DeLorean time machine along. All they need is 1.1 gigawatts.
They say prepare for anything in the
Yes, they
box.
do. They do. It's going to come thick and fast with me. Yeah. Well, the funny thing was, you can now see as we are 12 minutes away from the session, completing for Q1, Martin Hemmingson has, oh my goodness, don't tell me he has gone even quicker. 3 minutes 20.750. David Christie, I hope you're not bouncing off the ceiling right now. Roland Zooks leads in DAC Hackers for LMP2. Kieran, GTE and GT3. I just got the biggest fist bump being shown through the door by David Christie. He's absolutely jubilant about that one. So Martin Hemmingson, the Dangerous Dane, the Dane Train, whatever you want to call him, has done an absolutely brilliant job. Ryan Nash said it was going to happen, and it wasn't Ryan that delivered. He knew that Martin or Henry, that's Martin Hemmingson, or Henry Cynic, the Dane or the Estonian, would be the ones to put it there when it mattered the most. And that really has shown the title in DPI. It's not over until the final checkered flag at 2 p.m. Central European time on Sunday afternoon. But Kieran, what's the update on GTE and GT3? I see Adam Surej is still leading for Mugen Sim Racing.
He is in GT3. Yep, it's that 3:52.116 that's still that fastest lap time, and Adam Surej has been pretty much close that time all evening. He hasn't beaten that lap time since about 15 minutes ago, so he's been very steady throughout there. 717 of Unison Racing in second place, still with that lap time of a 3:52.774. ID Simsport were just across the line there, still no improvement from them. 3:54.508 is rounding off their top three, with Henrik Hoyer in the 404 Glam Racing car rounding off the top four. Two drivers in the pit lane as we speak. And just reviewing GTE, well, Matteo Krupi 3:49.397. He's found a little bit more time out of that 53 Musto, so he's absolutely flying out there. Jimmy Nasula in the 128 Satellite Racing 3:49.0 keeps him in second place. Still, the gap is less than 7/10 of a second. And DIS Sim Racing Lab currently third place. Their last lap was their best laps of the session so far. They're now up into third place with a 3:49.877, 1.5 seconds within that pole position, or at least the pole position time.
The top of the timesheets, because that's so pole position time for this session.
Yeah.
However, I always look at it with GTR24H. We have two qualifying sessions. We'll have a 2-hour daytime qualifying session on the next server. But there's B32 Racing, 10th in LMP2, best lap of a 3:30.233. Kieran, I'm just having a look at DPI, and Nello Pastorino is only 83 thousandths off of Mark Vates from Team Rookie Monsters. So Satellite Racing, could they lock out the top two in the first session of qualification here at Le Mans?
I mean, Pastorino, we saw him in the practice session yesterday. He was not having a great time. There was lots of times the car snapped on him, and lots of times he was struggling in those tricky conditions. But today, he's been absolutely relentless. He's putting in lap after lap after lap, and you know, he could try and take away that second place, but he's got to make sure that everything is linked up and make sure that he keeps that car out of the barriers, and he's been doing a good job so far.
He has indeed, and realistically, anything is possible. There's the 166 ID SimSport. ID SimSport have brought 3 cars to the Le Mans event, and that looks to be one of the LMP2 cars. Oh, getting a bit close. That is Blue Steel Racing. It was about a car width apart. We did see yesterday that Azatec SimSport got a bit of a fright when E-Team Brit went up the inside of them through, of all places, the iconic Porsche curves.
Yeah, and it's sort of a way forward now in this qualifying session.
Yeah.
You are going to be, relentless on your lap, as that's one of the, I think that's one of the LMP2 cars who's just found their way off the circuit somewhere at the exit of the Corvette chicanes, but they've now rejoined on there and green flags are showing. But yeah, there's going to be even less patience than there would have been in the race for these drivers to actually get their way past and try and, these faster cars actually try and find their way through. They're going to be a lot less patient. They don't want their lap time to fall by the wayside because of someone else who's on a flying lap, but maybe in GTE. There's nothing they can do, but at the end of the day, these DPIs and these LMP2 cars also want to set their best lap time of the session, and if you come across traffic, that's just bad luck.
Yeah, and luck is what you need at Le Mans, of course. Yumi Nisula there in the 128 car. Just briefly on the screens. Henrik Hoyer coming through. Oh, you know what? I know the fact that people are going to say, yes, it's got a Mercedes lump underneath the front of that bonnet of the Aston Martin, but it has been given the Aston Martin fettling underneath the bonnet there. This 4-litre twin turbocharged V8 is just, that roar, that typical AMR roar is wonderful. We don't really we talk about certain vehicles like, say, the rumble of the V8 that's shoehorned into the back of the DPI, the Callaway C7 Corvette, and then you get the Aston Martin. What a rumble from that exhaust pipe.
It is great. It's fantastic. And just having a look at their top speed as they make their way now towards the first of these chicanes here, the Monaudière, back onto the power. And to be honest with you, they're not using the top speed as much as all the other cars. They're 6 kph down on Mugen Sim Racing. And in fact, a bit of an update for you in GT3 that Max Bunovic has now set the fastest lap of GT3, and the 717 3:51.9 is now our new fastest lap of GT3. So that is an immense time from Unison Racing. They have left it late, but they have arrived well and truly.
Bunovic doing the business for Unison Sim Racing. That puts him 0.16 ahead of Adam Surej. 5.5 minutes of the session still to go. Leaders in the classes, Martin Hemmingson with a 3-minute 20.750 leads the way in DPI. Roland Zooks, 3-minute 24.475 in LMP2. GTE, Mattia Krupi from Musto GD Esports, running in the 3:48. And then, as you just mentioned there, Max Bunovic, the 717 of Unison Racing, a 3:51.956. Don't forget to get in touch and use the hashtag GTR24H. There is a yellow briefly out on the circuit. We've got 4 and 4 3/4 minutes still to go. It is all to play for here in qualifying, but we always know, Kieran, that with we've had 24-hour special events here at GTR24H, the 24 hours of the Nürburgring Nordschleife. Funnily enough, one overall, because that was run as a GT3 and a GT4 event, a bit like the ADAC Total 24 hours of the Nürburgring Nordschleife. We had Burst Esports Janusz Semencic, a very well-known, very talented individual who has been racing in the R-Factor GT Pro Series, and also, I think, Formula Pro as well, with the likes of Michi Hoyer, Dennis Jordan, to name but a few of illustrious sim racers that are competing on those particular championships. But, the talent that we have got here, as we've got B32 Racing still languishing in 10th place in LMP2. There are so many different championships around these days, using multiple platforms such as R-Factor 2, iRacing, Assetto Corsa Competizioni, Assetto Corsa, Automobilista 2 is another one. That's a title that I think doesn't really get that much exposure. Obviously, we've got the traditional platforms for Formula 1 2021 through Codemasters. But R Factor 2 really does provide... I mean, one of the things I do like is the graphical displays that we get here at GTR24H headquarters. But then also the amount of real-world application, traction control, ABS, fuels, mapping. These drivers are very, very dedicated. It's really funny when I speak to some drivers. For those wondering, when does Q2 start? It is going to start in just over half an hour's time. 20:30 CEST, that's 7:30 p.m. in the United Kingdom. So if you do want to check with regards to that, make sure... Well, actually, funnily enough, one of the things I like about smartphones, Kieran, you can have a world clock on it, can't you?
You can.
So for those wondering, and funnily enough, considering the fact I always... having to also do a bit of work behind the scenes here at GTR24H, especially when you're dealing with people not just from Europe, from the United Kingdom, but as far away as our teams over in Asia with the likes of Malaysia, where they're effectively a few hours ahead. And I mean, effectively, from that perspective, I'm just going to now go to where I was. So it's at the moment it's 7 p.m. UK time. Currently in Central Europe, 8 p.m. Funny enough, Abu Dhabi, it's 10 p.m. in the evening. New York, 2 p.m. in the afternoon, and in Malaysia, it's 2 in the morning. 90 seconds to go here, Kieran. I think this is like your starter before the main course in qualifying, and at the end of the qualifying too, we're going to definitely have the dessert served to us plentiful.
I have to say, I'm really keeping one eye, in fact, on this Mugen sim racing battle, because at the moment Adam Seraj obviously out there right now. Unison Racing in the pit lane, so that is their first qualifying session done. They've set the marker down at 3:51.956, and this is going to be the lap from Adam Seraj there to see if he can put the Mugen sim racing back ahead in that number 41. They've been leading the majority of the session, but now they find themselves just under 2 tenths away from the top time, as Adam Seraj now makes his way back onto the power and making his way just towards the halfway point in this lap so far. Difficult to say, but he's currently 2 tenths down on his own personal best through the first sector, which puts him roughly it's roughly 2 tenths down, so they're pretty close between them, but that first sector's not been too good to Adam Seraj there.
Well, not too bad either, because he hasn't really dropped off the pace. I mean, getting a bit tail happy going into the pit lane was the 766. Okay, 3, 2, 1. Q1 completed. 0 is on the clock. This is the last set of laps that the drivers will be doing. Yellow is out in sector 1. Just going to locate which car that is. And, well, not too sure. That could be for Adam Seraj, maybe. He's driving a little bit slowly, but he's not going to be able to get another lap in. But we're just going to keep an eye on the timing for the next couple of moments, just to see if there are any changes. Well, there is a yellow out in sector 3. And that is from the... that's quickly gone back there. But it looks like a lot of the teams are going back into pit lane, and so effectively we're going to pretty much just give you an idea of who is at the top of the timesheets in all 4 classes. Martin Hemmingson, the number 64 Satellite Racing DPI Championship leaders after 2 rounds coming into the final one of the championship. LMP2 DEAC Hackers, Roland Zooks with an impressive 3:24.4 flat in the 95 car. GTE Mattia Krupi. Okay. There's been a spin. Thank you, Maria Rinhack, for contacting me directly by saying we had a little spin. Yellow flag was us. Thank you, Maria. Thank you for the updates. Mattia Cruppi, Musto GD Esports, the Italian crew, the 53 car leading the way. There's Giordano Valeriano. Oh, that's very, very wide on the exit of the Porsche curves. And GT3, it is the 717. Unison Racing's Max Bunovic is doing the business in the Aston Martin. 26 minutes remain until qualifying 2. Join us then as Q1 completed. We go from nighttime to daytime here at Circuit de la Sarthe. We'll see you at 8:30.
Round 6 of the 2021 GTR24H EEW season Le Mans is presented in partnership with Viper Gaming by Patriot, Azatec, Global Flix, Film Vault, ESTV, and Motorvision.tv.
A 1v2 for the tournament. Pressure is on.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
Stolen away Alex Goldschmidt's seat, and I must admit he's very comfortable. He's got a very nice headset here as well, and like David Christie was saying the other day about the shirts going missing, you might find his lovely headset going missing. I do believe David Christie will be joining us in a bit. Come on in, David.
Hello.
As Alex.
It's all very live, isn't it? It's all very live TV, this. Right. Hi, Yusuf. How you doing, buddy?
I'm doing good. I thought
Wow.
I should drag you in, and that part of the table didn't feel fun. And we've got a nice little candle.
We've got a candle
for
to pay
us.
our respects for all of those Eagles that just got crushed in the first part of qualifying. Look, let's face it, after what just happened in the first section of qualifying, that was an epic first part of qualifying. But yeah, brilliant to see. Really looking forward to the second part of qualifying, and it's going to be awesome. And just between you and me, Yusuf, I think we might need to clean that side of the desk up. I got a little bit excited.
Yeah, well,
it's all good. It's all good.
I have good news for all of our viewers, and that is in the form that the official results for qualifying 1 will be coming out soon. So for those of you who are new to the Endurance Racing World Championship and GTR24H, what happens is we jump on into qualifying, we do our qualifying, and then after 5-10 minutes we get the official qualifying times out. And then once we've got those official times, now we can really start to theory craft, because we have those official results in, and we can start to work out what each team needs to do in the second part of qualifying to be able to get whatever spot on the grid for the race tomorrow.
I'm going to have to be very unprofessional here, Yusuf. I'm going to have to... I didn't realise Kieran McGinley has his seat so low down, but there we go. That's better. I feel nice and tall.
He's a tall bloke, isn't he?
He is. He's got it all the way down. But look, a huge thank you to Alex Goldschmidt and to Kieran McGinley for a brilliant job in taking us through the tail end of that first qualifying, and what a qualifying session that was. Honestly, I'm still absolutely all over the place, given what we saw there. But look, Yusuf, obviously going into what's now going to be daytime qualifying after that little bit of a change. Daytime qualifying going to be very, very different in terms of what the drivers and the teams are going to be expecting. We saw that ridiculous time going in from the 64 satellite racing team, going faster even still. And I believe that gap, from what I could make out from Alex and from Kieran there, that's got to be at least 1.6 seconds over the rest of the field. How do you even begin to catch that up?
It was just such a stunning lap time, and in all honesty, I think at that point you have to take what I'm going to now label as the Andy Kurtzen approach. It's understanding that you can no longer win, and you've got to go for the most realistic option, and saying, look, they got a fantastic result in. The best thing you can do right now is just to beat them in qualifying 2, because that will give you a bit of momentum and say, yes, they can be beaten. And if you're starting alongside them or directly behind them for the race, you've got a really good shot on the opening, well, I'd say opening lap, but the opening stint of the race.
Yeah, for sure. So it looks like the cars just starting to make their way out for their little pre-qualifying practice session, and obviously we're just picking the bones out of that one. What we've got obviously coming up, we've got our second qualifying session ahead of tomorrow's race, and I think the cards have already started to be laid out, and one thing that we can say for sure, Yusuf, is the fact that the DPI cars are a different breed compared to the LMP2s. And where we were getting excited about the LMP2 DPI battle that was going to be going on, dry conditions, I don't think they've got a chance.
I think the one thing that the LMP2 cars can look towards, because otherwise I completely agree with you on this one, David, is the fact that those LMP2 cars should be able to go maybe a lap further than the than the DPI cars, and that in a race can make a big difference, especially when you're talking about only 14 laps in. That's a fairly large amount. It's nearly 10% of a stint increase.
Yeah, it certainly is. As we said, we are just about, let me check the time there, we are about 20 minutes away from getting our second qualifying session of the 2021 finale, if you can believe it, of the championship, the EEWC championship here at Le Mans underway. And I'm looking forward to tomorrow now more than I ever thought I actually would, because coming here to Denmark obviously is an exciting experience, and we've been really working, all of us as a team, both here in the commentary side and production even more so. Like the amazing quality of the broadcast has only happened by the sheer effort going on behind the scenes. I wish we could obviously show you some of the actually no, we'll leave them off camera, I think. But on that note, the work that has gone in, and this, as well as we're seeing picture here, weather is...
I wasn't liking it. I didn't see any clouds.
Well, we say that, but really, given the pace that what we've seen, I would rather see this determined by absolute pace and absolute skill rather than having a little bit of a mixed bag with the weather. I'd like for them to be some mixed conditions to mix things up, but I'd hate to see that it's going to be that way. But let's see what happens.
It should be absolutely fantastic when we do make our way in. And to be honest, one more little session left of qualifying, and I thought I was feeling a little bit tired. And I am the only one who hasn't actually had one of these wonderful energy drinks from Nocco yet.
They're amazing.
So I just, in general, have never really drunk energy drinks.
Is this going to be uploaded to YouTube as a live unboxing?
I mean, you can do if you want to.
Yeah, go for it. Let's describe the premium presentation.
Yeah, so, okay. Right. So, David, would you like to let me know what this tastes like to you when you had it anyway? Give me some preparation for what I'm about to experience.
Well, when I opened my one, there was bouquets of cola nuts. There was a little hint of coffee. Joking aside, it tastes just like cola. It tastes like any cola that you've ever drunk and enjoyed. It tastes like that. And then you take the fact that there's no sugar in it, there's no carbs in it, and there's a whole boatload of caffeine. And so for our friends out there, this is actually quite funny because our boy Yusuf here doesn't actually drink energy drinks. So let's watch together the effect this has on him. So we'll be picking him up.
I haven't noticed anything again, so I'm just going to keep on drinking until I notice something. It'll take about 15
minutes to kick in, but we'll be picking him up off the ceiling by the end of the session. Practice underway. Daytime conditions look very, very different, so they'll maybe be a little jarring for our viewers out there. And if you are out there, thank you very much for watching, whether that is on Facebook or on YouTube as well. Just a reminder, head over to timing.gtr24h.org. You can access the same live timings that we have on our screens here. And if you go to spotterguide.gtr24h.org, you can keep up to date with the amazing digital program that we've put together for you here at GTR24H. It gives you access to all of the team lineups. It gives you access to all of the team radios and all of their social medias as well. A really beautiful document put together by our production team, and definitely one for you to download and have a look at your leisure, Yusuf.
Yeah, absolutely. And now that practice has got underway, we're starting to see a couple of teams making their way out. They want to be on the server for when the server essentially updates it to that qualifying session. 2 hours of qualifying Git 2 to come. We're still waiting for those official times from Q1, and that's when I really want to start whacking out the maths and working out really where everyone is going to sit. And we talked about the difference between nighttime and daytime a little bit. But again, what do you personally think, David, is going to be the main difference having jumped from that night session straight into a day session?
Well, the difference that I'm picking up is that the track temperature is exactly the same. It's still that ridiculously warm 29 degrees Celsius. So grip-wise, I don't think there's going to be too much difference. It's a little bit warmer. It was 23 degrees air temperature, 24 degrees it is now during this daytime session. Now, obviously, it's a little bit back to front with what the teams had maybe been prepared for, but realistically, it's not that different because it's a daytime session. They were prepared for one daytime session and they were prepared for one nighttime session. These things happen, and they had to get their nighttime driver in to do the qualifying for the first session there. That's all they've had to do. Differences, though, in terms of the track, absolutely huge, Yusuf, because when you look at what we were seeing in the onboard laps, the drivers had very specific tells for braking points there, and they were looking at the track for specific braking points. Well, those are completely different now because you've got a brighter track, you've got much more to pick for as we're watching the number 95 making its way round just now. They've got so much to pick for in terms of braking points, in terms of references, in terms of the track as well. It's a little, I would say for driving, it's a little bit easier. I don't know if you would agree with me there.
It's weird, isn't it? Because we've been talking about daytime versus nighttime I'd say all weekend, but technically we haven't reached the weekend yet, so all week long, and it's different for different drivers, right? I think I'm on the same boat as you, David. I prefer driving during the daytime, but I think one thing that could be rather entertaining to do is, so far we talked about all the sandbagging and everything. I think now's our first time really that we can jump on board with one of the cars and just have a nice onboard run, and we can talk about it. I don't think we need to get overly serious, but we get to have a nice run through of what an actual hot lap here at Le Mans looks like.
Well, we certainly can. Let's jump into an onboard lap then. This is on board with the 177 ID SimSport car, currently fastest out there in the GT3 class. And you can see going through the Dunlop curves here, again, keeping your speed up is absolutely massively important here, Yusuf. And, I would say coming on the entry towards Tetra Rouge, one of the most important corners, I think, here at Le Mans. What do you think?
I 100% agree, and heading into Tetra Rouge, no real downshift, no real jumping on the brakes in the GT3 car. It's mainly just a little lift, throw the car in, compared to what we were seeing from the DPIs and the LMP2. The other corner that I'm interested to see is actually the run into Indianapolis, because what we've been seeing from the prototypes is a downshift, throw the car in, and I'm interested to see if the GT3 of ID SimSport will be much different from that.
Well, we'll see, because this is the Mulsanne straight. On the brake for the first chicane, then you want to take a little bit of that curb on the right hand side. GT3 cars, you want to sweep over to the left hand side and take as much of that inside curb on the apex there, having to deal with traffic there as well, up through the gears, then down the second part of the Mulsanne straight here. And again, it's on the entry to that second chicane that's going to be so important. And again, looking at the right hand side here, and we'll direct your attention to feel like one of these flight stewards. Top right there, you see the 300, the 200, the 100, the marker boards. He brakes well after the 100, pulls the car into the left through the second chicane here, again using all the curb and avoiding really the curb on the exit of the corner, letting that car drift out wide out of the Mulsanne corner here. This is the run down through Gulf, and this is the corner you wanted to see, because this is the run down now towards Indianapolis. Again,
we've got the Mulsanne happen and then Indianapolis.
Yeah, exactly. So it's down through Indianapolis. Now, this is one of the corners that I personally struggle with, because it's that kink to the right, and then you've got down through that right-hander there, and then it's the case of trying to keep going through Mulsanne corner there, because it always throws me off, Yusuf, that little kink on the right hand. It unsettles the car and keeps going there, and I want to know what witchcraft that was. I didn't touch a thing, and it's magically. I was enjoying that onboard lap there, and it's just magically shifted over to one of.
Well, I've got it up on my screen now, so
we'll get our production team to switch over to Yusuf's point of view there just now. But yeah, that McLaren's still going through, and at a rate of knots. In fact, if we have to, we'll go on board with our.
We can jump on board with the LMP2.
There we
are
go.
on board.
Slightly faster lap this is going to be, I think,
yes.
But you can see that Cosworth powered engine making its way through the Mulsanne straight. Again, you get an absolute idea of the difference in straight line speed on these cars here, as well as it comes down the Mulsanne straight. This is going to be into the first chicane, and you're going to notice now, the first thing is they don't take anywhere near as much of the outside curb, and in fact the inside curb, I wasn't expecting them to do that, and what you saw there is that actually cost them a lot of time from what we saw there. But actually, it doesn't cost them all that time. Driving like they're drifting the car, it's unintuitive for us to watch, but actually they don't lose all that much time because of the way that these cars are set up. Again, coming down to the second chicane here, the 300, the 200, the 100 board marker, taking a lot of the curb here. And personally, I mean, again, it goes against all my intuition, having done real life racing, to see them taking as much curb as they do there, but keeps on going there out of that second chicane. This is the run down through towards Mulsanne, and yeah, there we go, back on with the Corvette. Oh, there we go. That is a Corvette spinning.
I know what it is.
Into the wall.
Your PC, I think, is on the autocam.
Ah, there we go. Thank you very much. See, I'm not used to being in this position here, so I was waiting to call it witchcraft and just burn the PC.
Does that mean all this time Kieran's been on autocam?
We'll just not tell him, shall we?
That's not.
Right, okay, so that's obviously a replay then, and then if we can move about. Right, so apologies, ladies and gentlemen, for that. Well,
so what it was the PC thought that we were doing some boring stuff. Looking at highlights. They're like, what are these guys doing? Sitting on one camera all the time.
Okay.
I mean, have you seen what's happened to my camera?
So yours has done the same then, right? Okay, well, this is.
I don't even know what my camera's done in this
Yusuf,
one.
I've got to be honest. I think this is why we don't get left on our own too often.
Yeah,
this is probably why.
This is why we need babysitting.
Yeah, it's Alex Goldschmidt come back. All this forgiven. Right, we've got a car that is into the second chicane. So let's pick up back where we left off then. So out of the second chicane, this is a run down through towards the Mulsanne hairpin, and again through. I can never pronounce this corner here, so I think Yusuf, you have to help me.
Let's have a go together of trying to pronounce French words.
Unaldier.
Unaldier. I think the H is silent.
Well, it doesn't matter, because by the time we've learned to pronounce it, we're down into Mulsanne hairpin anyway, and he's out of that, making that look very, very easy indeed. And again, thankfully, this is just free practice, because we can get saved by the time we head back into...
I think it's a perfect way to spend time down the Mulsanne straight, trying to learn how to. Do
you think that's maybe what the drivers do? Try to pronounce all the.
Maybe.
It might explain some of the driving we've seen so far in practice, anyway.
I think that's what drivers do.
It is a bit harsh, given how bad we were in the simulator, trying to give it a go as well. But we hope you find it entertaining, at least at home, ladies and gentlemen. Down then through Indianapolis into Arnage, and doing a very, very good job. Out through Buisson, and then it'll be into the Porsche curves. Now, again, a very high-speed part of the track here, Yusuf, as we go through a rapid section through the Porsche curves, through Virage du Pont, and then into the karting S's, all the way through Corvette, through Fords, and to finish the end of the lap. So that's what we've got in front of us. Now, this corner here is not too bad, but it's the second left-hander that catches me out. I always drifted over onto the right-hand side during my time in the brief couple laps in the DPI here. But you see, again, just how aggressively this car over the curbs here, over the inside of the corners here. And again, now we're down into the final couple of corners here. So important not to jump over the curb on this one here on that right hand side. You want to avoid that blue curb on the inside there. Great line out and across the line. So that is, we got there eventually, Yusuf, but we finally, I guess, conglomerated a lap together of Le Mans.
Yeah, we did in the end, and as you mentioned, through those Porsche and Corvette curves, you can just carry so much speed. It's really bizarre just how tight you can hold the steering. It feels wrong, but for the drivers, they're fully used to it. They know exactly how much speed that they can take and set themselves up perfectly fine. Whereas I was in the similar boat to you, going through that double left-hander, the car just ends up drifting out wide, but these guys know exactly what they're doing and have things down to a T.
It really is. And with 2 minutes left to go in the practice session for qualifying 2, a huge thank you and an opportunity to thank our wonderful, gracious partners, Viper Gaming by Patriot, Noco, the no carbs company. Talking of which, how is that settling in? Are you feeling happy yet?
So I haven't felt anything yet, but that being said, I was very tired at the start and I don't feel tired now, so maybe it's just a return to normality for me through Noco.
Well, that is, in fact, actually, I was just realising there, I was looking at the time remaining. The clock, I think, needs to get another 50p put in it, because from what I'm seeing there, I think there's actually 10 minutes left to go in the session. Certainly from what my clock says there, so we'll keep an eye on that. Also to Ace Tech, to Global Flicks, to Filmvolt Limited, ESTV, Motorvision.tv, and to Eaton Shirts as well. There's the bills paid for another another 15-20 minutes. Practice then, how important is this going into qualifying? This is the driver's first chance to get a look at the track in these actual qualifying day conditions here, but how much can we take away from these times going in?
I don't think we can take away too much. It is practice between the two qualifying sessions. We got that qualifying one. That gives us the full indication. This is just a chance for the drivers to almost reset. This is, I'm trying to think of a good example to explain it, but it's like the mid-season party or mid-season. It's like the mock exams, really.
This is the test, is it?
Yeah.
Okay.
I always remember mocks because I was doing biology. That's an incident.
Oh my goodness me! We just caught that live on stream there, and that was.
That's Indianapolis, isn't it?
Yeah, that was. I think that was deliberate, to be fair, because the amount of oversteering input. I think they were trying to Tokyo drift it around the corner there, and it didn't quite happen. So we will go and have a look and switch to a different car if we possibly can. Let's see who we've got out on track. There we go. That is the car that is out in the lead at the moment, certainly timing wise. That is the McLaren, the ID SimSport GT3, the number 177. That's a good looking livery on that car. It looks really, really nice out there.
I really like the green, and it's very. I remember when I was doing the Rate My Livery with Mr. Alex Goldschmidt. Sadly, the video never saw the light of day, but we were talking about essentially bad teams and good teams, and all the bad teams, their A team livery is very similar to the B team livery, but that's not the case with ID SimSport because they're able to have pretty much the same kind of design, but by incorporating a different essential main color, in this case green, with the GT3 car, they're able to make it look completely different.
Yeah, they really are coming under pressure from the 95 of Deke Hackers right behind them. They're currently leading the timing screens just now. Zoltan Verkonye in that car just now, 3:29.520. I'm trying to cast my mind back. Now, am I right in saying that is faster than what we had during the night, the 3:29, or am I about 10 seconds out? Because it was like a 3:30, wasn't it? Or was it a 3:20?
It was 3:20.
3:20, that's right. So we're about 9 seconds off then. Right, okay. So maybe not that much of a stunning lap from Zoltan Verkonye. We know he's got a lot more left in the tank. And don't adjust your sets. It does say 0:00 in the bottom left. But this is practice for the qualifying session. I believe we've still got just about 8 minutes left to go in the session. It's a decent effort so far. I'm just casting my mind back to that nighttime qualifying session, and we've got, I would imagine we're going to have qualifying starting probably shortly after that. I would imagine maybe 5 minutes after practice, or it might be straight after this practice session. But do you think the drivers are ready for this daytime session, Yusuf?
Hell yeah. I'm ready for the session.
They have to be, though, thinking about that, do they? I mean, we've done all the free practice sessions, we've done all the build-up, we've done the difficult nighttime qualifying. This is now guns blazing, isn't it?
I think usually it's always the first. It's the start that a driver would be feeling a little bit pressured in or a little bit uncomfortable in it. So the first 20 minutes of qualifying is where you might be getting your jitters for a rookie or an inexperienced driver. Get them out, let them settle their nerves on, what is an important session being qualifying. But once you got through that, I think you start getting into the rhythm. Maybe in the race, it's a whole new set of nerves. Because, again, in qualifying, you make a mistake, it's fine. You can bring it back to the pits. You can get everything repaired as long as you don't blow your engine, like we saw one team doing, and that's their qualifying over. So in the race, I think maybe first 10 minutes of a stint for a driver will be a little bit uncomfortable. Once they're through that, I think they're plain sailing, and there's a reason why they've been signed by teams and they're racing for teams, because they have the skills available. So if they do have a bit of nerves, they'll be dealt with fairly quickly, I think.
Let's turn our attention then to the nighttime practice earlier on. The 64 and 65 satellite racing teams, that incredibly strong display during the nighttime qualifying. That's one thing. It's obviously they were very, very fast, but when you're in that class, when you're in that DPI class, how much of a punch in the stomach is that to see the pace that 94 car has?
It hurts.
I mean, essentially, what I'm trying to ask is, you know, you're looking forward to the race and to qualifying in the day now. Does that risk the other drivers, the other teams like Viaduct and Axel Sports and the rest? Are they going to put themselves in danger, trying to push too hard, trying to catch on to them, or do they realise, hang on, guys, we're just going to race our own race here?
What is what I was saying before? You know, you've got to take the Andy Curtin approach. No, okay, these guys are ahead of us. If we're going to beat them, we need something to fall our way in terms of luck. And I really hate the fact that I'm bringing this up again, but Le Mans picks its winners, right?
Yeah.
So it doesn't matter what, all you can do is the most that you are physically able to do. So you put in your laps, you don't worry about the others. Take it almost as a really long time trial. Come the final hour, then you can start worrying about really battling for positions and all of that. So for now, just let the 64 car do their own thing. You've got some exceptionally quick drivers in that team, Henry Sinek, James Wu, but there's no point beating yourself up if you're a little bit off their pace. Gun for that second place is how I'd look at it, but then again, there's a reason why I haven't won any titles in sim racing or real racing.
I've always got that one race that I won once a couple of weeks ago. That's it. That's going to be it. I pretty much retired from iRacing after I won that race. That's it. We're done. We'll go out on a high, never to return. But
David, I mean, you showed me your reaction at the end of that race, and you were very happy.
I was honestly, I've never felt it, because there's actually a long story behind that. So myself and my Australian friend Jake, we've taken part in endurance races on a different platform, iRacing, for a number of years. Usually in GT3, we switched last year to LMP2, and quite honestly, Jake's done brilliantly, and I've been the weakest link every single year. I've made mistakes, and I've binned the car, and it's usually been at Daytona and it ends up lodged in a tyre wall. Hey. And this year was different. We ended up winning by 6 laps, and I was in the car for the final lap, and I have absolutely no shame in saying that I was on the verge of tears. I was absolutely overcome with emotion, because the relief to finally settle that duck, to get that monkey off your back, is absolutely overwhelming. So I can't imagine if that is even a fraction of what this means to these drivers and these teams, because that was one race, that was a one-off special event. This has been a season that these drivers have been spilling blood, sweat and tears into, and this is the culmination, and we're right on this edge of this final race, and we're still settling scores by what, 20 points? I mean, that is insane. That is an insane margin of difference. We'll come back more to that in just a second. Very good evening to everyone that is shouting out on YouTube chat. To Toy Lower, who is giving a big love to, unsurprisingly, to Juice's Motorsport.
Yeah.
So great to see that. Yuri Glukov asks, what car classes are here? DPI and GTE? No, just to reassure you, it's not just GTE and DPI. It is DPI, LMP2, GTE and GT3. You've got a limited selection because we're in a pre-qualifying practice session. We'll be going into practice in very shortly. In fact, just under 2 minutes time. And in fact, just as I go to answer that, King Kodiak jumps into my rescue and says that for me. So thank you very much to King Kodiak on YouTube for helping out on there. 2 minutes left to go in practice, so we'll let that dial down. We'll head into the nighttime, into the daytime. I was caught out there. Daytime qualifying after a very short break. But Yusuf, what can we expect then in this final qualifying session?
Some cars going very fast is what I want to go with. I think we're going to get a bit more dominance from Satellite Racing, to be honest, but the most important thing is we're going to be finding out what the grids will be heading into tomorrow's race. And at the end of the day, that's why we're here as commentators. That's why our viewers are in the chat. They want to know where everyone's starting for tomorrow.
They certainly do, and we do not have long to wait. The final qualifying session coming up in just a couple of minutes' time. We're going to take a very short commercial break, ladies and gentlemen. Do not go anywhere. We'll be back with you shortly.
Round 6 of the 2021 GTR24H EEW season, Le Mans, is presented in partnership with Viper Gaming by Patriot, Azatec, Global Flix, Film Vault, ESTV, and Motorvision.tv.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
A 1v2 for the tournament. Pressure is on.
The final qualifying session ahead of tomorrow's 24 hours here in France. It's the final rounds of the EEWC. It's David Christie and Yusuf Bin Sahel here with you, taking you through all of the action for the final section of qualifying. Alex and Kieran will be back very shortly. We're going to be joined very shortly by our good buddy Chris Buxton, who should be able to hear us very, very soon, so we'll bring him in as soon as we can. But we've started the session for qualifying. So this is it, Yusuf. We're getting going. This is now starting to get crunch time now, because this one, I would say, matters even more than our nighttime qualifying.
Yeah, absolutely, and I'm so excited for it. Every time you say, we're back here at Le Mans, it just puts a little smile onto my face. And yeah, qualifying 2 getting underway. It's time to see whether Satellite Racing can repeat that dominance that they had in the first qualifying session to lock themselves out for what would be their third pole of the season. We're waiting for the first laps of the session to come through, and I think it is Viaducton or the 95 of DAC Hackers who will be one of the first teams to complete a lap.
Well, brilliant stuff. And the thing is as well is that obviously it's very early days, so we will keep watching those times coming in as they come down. And really, I mean, realistically, you've got to give the cars about 5 or 10 minutes even just to get warmed up, don't you? To get some fast laps in.
Absolutely, and it's a case of getting a little bit of heat into the tyres. And what you tend to see during these qualifying sessions, teams will go out with 2-3 laps of fuel, go out, you do a slow out lap, push for a couple of hot laps, back into the pits, and just keep on rinsing and repeating that until you can get some really quick laps in. Because if you take anything more than 2 to 3 laps, especially at a long track like Le Mans, it's just so much extra fuel in the car, and it'll cost you over a tenth a lap.
Yeah, it really will do. I'm just trying to have a look for the 585 of Aztec Sim Sport. It should be Thomas Wilhelmsen, Largim Ali, and Valdemar Eriksson, because there's a good reason for that. Because waiting in the wings should be Valdemar Eriksson. So if you can hear us, a very good evening, Valdemar.
I think Valdemar has joined us, but
do you think he's done that Zoom thing where he forgets to unmute his mic?
It might be on our side, because sometimes we've got to grant permission. So Valdemar...
there he is. Valdemar's there. We can see him. Unfortunately, we can't hear him just now. We'll get that sorted out in just a second.
We could have like a sign language interview with Valdemar.
We'll do like semaphore and start waving flags every couple of minutes. So we'll give it a second, Valdemar. We'll get to you in just a second as soon as we resolve our audio issues just now. Yeah, well, while we have a look at that, Yusuf, obviously Aztec Simsport in that 585 really been making inroads in qualifying so far.
Yeah, they have. I'm trying to remember where they qualified in that first qualifying session, as I've spotted Valdemar looking towards us a few times, I think, to check if his microphone's been working. But so far, we haven't had anything just yet.
There we go.
We can hear you now, Valdemar.
Good evening, Valdemar Eriksson from Aztec Simsport. I believe we can finally hear you, my friends.
Sorry, 1 second, guys.
Oh, that's okay. You take your time. So, obviously, on that note, then, Yusuf, I mean, Aztec, they're in that 585 car in the GT3 class, heavily populated.
And I've been really excited for so many of the classes because of this. You've got so many fantastic teams, and in the case of GT3, it's Aztec joining in, who could throw a real spanner into the works of Mugen Sim Racing and Unison Racing in that battle for the championship this weekend.
Yeah, certainly stuff. Right, let us see if Valdemar is ready to have a chat with us. He's obviously over at the Aztec building, because he's having a look about, obviously chatting about setups, getting the cars all ready. Valdemar, good evening. Are you free to talk, my friend? That'll be a no.
Yeah, I think
a no. What we'll do is we'll leave him just for just now, because he's obviously having some audio issues trying to get through to us. So we'll leave Valdemar just now. We'll come back when we can get a chat with him and say hello to him. And yeah, right. So let's get back to the action then. Qualifying is underway in the daytime. We've spoken at length about this. With an hour and 53 minutes left to go, you know, the difference is, for somebody that's brand new to watching endurance racing, Yusuf, what can we say are the main differences in that?
So for me, the first time...
Oh. There we go. Right.
Okay.
So some behind the scenes production news just coming in there. Yeah. A burglar alarm going... It was a purple burglar alarm that went off there. That's what's happened there, right?
You know, it didn't even clock, and then as soon as he started to say it, I thought, this is going to be brilliant, isn't it?
I'm not saying anything. Right, so it was a burglar alarm that went off at Ace Tech. That is why they're all panicking. And Right, let's hope that their talent doesn't get stolen. Possibly it's Mugen Sim Racing trying to steal some of their drivers. What do you think?
It might be. I think Mugen Sim Racing need a bit of help to close into unison at the moment. But to go back to your point and essentially what to expect from endurance racing if someone is not used to it, because flashback a year or a little bit over a year to the penultimate round of the 2020 EEWC season at Matsusaka was the first time I'd ever, watched or worked on an endurance race. So it was a huge change for me. And the biggest thing is you don't always have, if you're used to F1, if you're used to watching sprint racing, you've usually got action a lot of the time. But in endurance racing, you don't always have that action happening. It's build up. And that's what you're usually watching out for. You're watching a team being a minute behind another car, but seeing that they've got their quick driver in, whereas the car ahead doesn't, or the car ahead is on a worn set of tires, and you're watching that gap slowly closing. And that's what, at least for me, now watching endurance racing gets me excited, thinking, okay, in 45 minutes, are we going to have a battle? Eventually, you'll have that battle, and that battle will be done usually relatively quickly, unless it's the end of the race, just because both drivers, both teams don't want to compromise their own races in a battle that can cost them maybe damage, but more certainly tire wear.
Well, I've got to say it's been 29 minutes. Let's do a Noco.dk check with Yusuf. How is the first can of your cola?
I felt more. See, you can hear it. I felt more energetic, right?
Oh no! What you can actually hear, I believe, is Valdemar Eriksson. Valdemar, welcome back, my friends. How are you? Unfortunately, we still can't hear him.
No.
That is absolutely devastating. We can see him. We can see him waiting patiently.
But you can tell that he's quick, right? He had a burglar alarm go off. He's dealt with a burglar alarm.
He's dived out.
He's got back in the blink of an eye.
And he's come back in, and it's been so quick. So obviously, Valdemar, if you can hear us, feel free to jump in. And I think I know exactly what it is. I heard a little static there, so I think his microphone is playing up just a little bit there. So,
and this is why you're the audio expert here.
See, that's what I want to have. I want to have my own techie running behind and jumping in. Valdemar, we heard a little bit something there. Do you want to try and say hello? I don't think he can hear us at all, unfortunately. This is devastating because we might actually have to just sort of let this one go, unfortunately. So we'll see if they can get their audio issues.
Something's wrong.
Oh no, we can hear you now.
We can hear you now, Valdemar. Hello. We heard a bit of you there. Can you hear us over there? Right, Yusuf, what I need you to do is, can you get a couple of tin cans and a bit of string? And what we'll do is we'll just launch it, right, and see if that might be a little bit more reliable. We can hear him, but unfortunately I don't think he can hear us. So I think what we'll do is we'll leave that one for the time being with Valdemar Eriksson at Ace Tech Simsport, and we'll try and come back to that some point in the future. So heartfelt apologies to Valdemar and to all of the fans of Ace Tech Simsport. We will do our best to get that one sorted out. Who have we got an eye on just now? Oh, there we go. There's a great little chat, a point to chat about now. The LMP2s then, the number 68 of E-Team Brit making its way under the Dunlop curves just now. That is the fantastic team of Matt Webb, James Lambert, Bradley Brockes, Sandro Ballesteros and Mike Tyler. A very, very fast, very young outfit to the championship. Of course, I know Bradley Brockes from my experience with Alex at the E-Team Brit Championship as well, and the likes of Sandro Ballesteros. Very, very young driver. I believe Sandro is actually only about 14 or 15 years old. And taking part in a huge championship like this, that's a lot of pressure for a youngster.
Is a lot of pressure, and I think I was interviewing them earlier this year or last year, and yeah, Sandro, very young lad, very charming lad as well. It was a pleasure to speak to him, Max Boone, and all of the lads from E-Team Brit. And currently they are sitting third in the LMP2 class behind B32 Racing, and only by a couple of tenths as well. So they could very easily be finding themselves in second in LMP2. Still early stages, that being said, in our second qualifying session, but it's where you want to be right now if you are Team Brett.
It really is, and given the pace that we saw in the first qualifying session, second session has got a long way to go, because their fastest time at the moment is the 666 Team Rookie Monsters DPI car of Mark Veit, 324.159, still about 4 seconds off of the fastest time we saw at night. I've got to be honest, I think we're going to see faster than that during the daytime.
I agree. It's daytime, you've got more grip. Usually the night time's better for the cars in terms of less wear on the engines just because it's cooler, but you don't usually get faster laps. I mean, that being said, sometimes if it's cooler, it does help the turbos a little bit, and it does mean that you can get slightly more out of the car in terms of performance. But at least here on R Factor 2 and on most sims in the daytime, got more grip, faster laps.
Yeah, it certainly is. I'm just personally having a little flick through the different cameras. It's a brilliant setup that we've actually got here in the studio in Denmark. We've all got our own individual production PCs where we can have a look through the field. We can focus on different cars, pick different people that we want to have a look at, and then our wonderful team behind the scenes are able to pick and choose what you're actually seeing at home there. So we hopefully give you a nice little mix of all the different classes. But as we said, at the moment then, Nello Pastorino jumping in with the 65 Satellite Racing team. Again, a lot of work to be done there, 326.0. That's about 5 seconds off of the time they were able to do in the first qualifying session. But João Barbosa for the Juices Motorsport Club, 327.128. I'd expect to see them about 324, 325 for that team.
Still a lot of time to come. It's still early stages in qualifying, so expecting the laps to get quicker and quicker. As I have just realised...
Now, that is the best thing I've seen all day. Popping up onto my screen, the bottom right, a very good evening to a man that, my goodness, we wish was here. Good evening, sir. Chris Buxton.
Good evening, gentlemen. I've been waiting for an opportune moment to jump in and make my presence known. Even dug out the black shirt, but not as comfortable as yours.
Well, you know, we will. I'd love to say we're shipping one out, but unfortunately, I've literally taken the entire box. They don't know where it is. So, yeah, well, I'll find you a non-specific one. But Chris, absolutely fantastic for you to join us. Obviously, we're gutted that you can't be here, but doing the next best thing, joining us on this this broadcast here. What have you made of qualifying so far tonight?
Despite the fact that it's 2 hours long, no one is leaving anything to chance. No one wants to be leaving it to the last minute. They're not, even though the lap's pretty long, and we're only 15 minutes into the second qualifying session, everyone is out there just getting the laps in and getting on with it. João Barbosa has just taken the lead LMP2 time, 327.128. That's only, 3 seconds off the top DSI car at the moment. Pedro Ramada, the 57 Ramada Sport cars, just jumped into second, just half a second behind the Juices Motorsport number 16. I know I shouldn't be surprised by this, because I say every time it's a very broken record statement, but I still am stunned at how close these times are. You'd have thought we'd be used to it by now with this level of drivers, and how well these guys know every bump, every nuance of Le Mans. Anyone that loves endurance racing knows this track better than anything else, better than they know the back of their own hands. But even still, you still get such close times on such a long lap. It blows my mind every single time, and everyone is pretty much lapping, just lap after lap after lap. Very few cars in the pits at the moment, and the leaderboard's just bouncing around everywhere. The times are getting faster and faster and faster. Now, also bearing in mind that those that have seen the earlier streams today would have seen the slightly inclement weather we've had at Le Mans. That'll be interesting to see if anybody's done any wet weather practice, but equally, those that aren't confident in the wet are going to be using now to really hone their skills in the time that they feel they would have lost during the earlier wet sessions.
Brilliant points there, Chris. Thank you. Just to further that, actually, weather is a fantastic point. No weather forecast so far for the session. Again, it's a dynamic thing that can change as the situation develops. But I want to get your take on the current pole lap for that first session from Satellite Racing's Martin Hemmingson. Absolutely scandalous speed and head and shoulders so far above the rest of the field.
Yes, but have you seen what the Ricky Monsters have put on the board?
Yes, that is a very, very good point there. Rookie Monsters currently up the top there, 324.159. But given that the 64 was able to do what was that, just about a 321 down to a 320. It's almost frightening pace.
That was scandalously fast. It took to the end of the session for that to arrive, and any wonder. And of course, we've got a long way to go in this session before the checkered flag falls. But 320, I mean, good Lord, have a heart for everybody else. It's one of those times where you know you've done your best, and then you look at the pole time and your heart just sinks. Although no one's told Joao Barbosa that the number 16 car has just jumped up into third overall ahead of the Treble 5 Team Rookie Monsters car that was piloted by Simon Marshall with a 326.257. So he's determined to keep climbing up the leaderboard. I think certainly in these conditions, the LMP2s aren't going to quite match the hypercars. That's one thing I didn't actually get a chance to look at, how the times were stacking up in the wet between the DSIs and the LMP2s.
Yeah, fantastic stuff nonetheless. And Yusuf, coming to yourself, obviously, an hour and 40 minutes left to go in the qualifying session tonight, and I'm looking at the times and I'm comparing it with the times that we had in the first qualifying session, and we're seeing the likes, as Chris has just pointed out, the likes of Joao Barbosa, Pedro Ramada, Zoltan Verkonyi. The times aren't all that different. Now, we did have the likes of some of the other drivers like Ryan Nash giving it the big guns on YouTube, saying you're comparing DPI race times to LMP2 qualifying laps, but at the moment it's still you're not getting DPIs going out there doing race pace. This is qualifying. They are pushing right now.
Yeah, unless Ryan Nash wants to come on YouTube and maybe let us know if he is using a race setup and a race fuel load. But to follow on what Chris was saying, the LMP2 class this season has been absolutely phenomenal. Throw Varga out of the equation because they have been phenomenal in terms of their race pace, but Deuces, Mugen, Ramada have been so close, and DEAC Hackerson. Now, if you look, David Kaluxai second for Mugen, Pedro Ramada third for Ramada, Zoltan Varkonyi fourth for DEAC Hackerson. Then you've got Roy de Monk, and the three of them are not separated by a whole lot of time. It's less than a second. But the weird thing for me is actually the 16 Juices Motorsport Club. That's a sister team. That's a B team. They're meant to be supporting the 15 car, and they're leading the LMP2 class right now.
That actually is a brilliant point. And Chris, I want to get on to championship standings with yourself in terms of the different permutations. That I'm not obviously going to throw you under the bus and say, oh, what do you think is going to happen here? But given that we've been in such a busy season, just the fact that it comes down to this final race here at Le Mans, and you've got every single class up for grabs, almost, with some a little bit more secure than others, but almost every class up for grabs, and we're talking in the margin of 20-25 points in almost all of them.
That's what we love to see, isn't it? As spectators, as fans, as commentators, we don't want the championship tied up very early on, unless it's tied up by the team or driver that you're particularly supporting, of course. But we commentators, we try our best to remain as impartial as we can. Absolutely. Let's face it, we all have our favourites. Let's not beat around the bush. We all do, but. It's one of these things that I love it when a championship battle goes right down to the wire. Yeah, you're always going to have one or two cases that are tied up earlier than others, but that's just fair play to the consistent level that these drivers have put out. Oh wow! I'm just watching Mark Vell in the treble six. My goodness, well, that's lively.
that's a Tokyo Drift entry into pit lane. Actually, Chris, you bring up a great point there, because obviously all three of us commentators on SimSport and on esports and some of the team doing real life commentary as well. And one of the things that's thought about us commentators is the fact that we have to be completely down the middle, we have to be completely impartial. But that doesn't stop us having favourites and teams and drivers that we absolutely love. And I think that as long as we're upfront and honest about it, and it doesn't affect our judgment on the other teams, that's not a problem. But it adds to that excitement, doesn't it? It adds to, like, when you've got a car that you've got a vested interest in and they're doing really well, or something bad happens to them, that ups the ante, doesn't it, as a commentator?
Yeah, completely. We're human. We have teams or drivers or cars or what have you that we've got a particular partiality to, same as everybody else. We are motorsport fans above all else. We just have the amazing honour and privilege to be able to shout about it for a while. Speaking of, thank you very much to those behind the scenes that have given us an opportunity to shout about it. All of the commercial sponsors and, of course, the team over at GTR24H for putting on the event. As the poll times just changed, whilst I've been muttering about that, Nello Pastorino in the 65 satellite racing squad has just gone into the 23s with a 3:23.639.
Fantastic sport there, Chris. The 65 satellite racing team, given their performance during the first qualifying session, the 64 and the 65, you would expect them to start spearheading this campaign into the second qualifying. I'll come to yourself, Yusuf, in just a second on that one. But do you think in doing well in first qualifying leaves them with more expectation on this second qualifying session?
Yes and no. The expectation is primarily through reputation. Satellite racing, well, there's quite a number of teams that anyone that's been around the likes of GTR24H or VEC or any of the major endurance racing series, there's a number of teams we recognise. Satellite, Rookie Monsters, Deuces Motorsport, albeit relatively new, but they've made a very good reputation for themselves. Mugen, etc., etc. There's a number of teams that have a reputation behind them, so they're automatically expected to do well. But bearing in mind that it's an average time that's taken from both qualifying sessions, having a storming qualifying one could indeed take a little bit, very, very little bit of pressure off for the second qualifying session. But of course, that leads way to mistake. If you take your foot off the gas in a situation like this, you're more likely to make a mistake, unfortunately. So it can raise expectation if they've done well in Q1. But I think it also gives them an opportunity, just a little bit more breathing space. Maybe try something slightly different. I don't know, a slightly different line into a particular corner. I mean, you'd have thought they would have ironed out all that by all the practice sessions that we've had up to now. Maybe field a different driver than they were originally going to, something like that. But the expectation is always going to be there for the heavy hitters, no matter how well they do in the previous sessions.
Yeah, that's a great point, Yusuf. Anything to add to that?
So I have this really cool video of Nello Pastorino and what he did during that lap that took him to the top of the standings. But we do have to jump on into our commercial break and give some time to our sponsors. But when we do come back, I would love to take everyone for a quick ride through the Dunlop curves with Nello.
I love that. Right, something to look forward to then. Plenty to look forward to over the next hour and a half. Stay tuned, folk. We'll be back after these commercial messages.
Round 6 of the 2021 GTR24H EEW season, Le Mans, is presented in partnership with Viper Gaming by Patriot, Azatec, Global Flix, Film Vault, ESTV, and Motorvision.tv.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon-neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
A 1v2 for the tournament. Pressure is on.
Welcome back, everyone, to qualifying session number 2. We are in the daytime here at Le Mans for round 6, the final, the grand finale of the 2021 season of the GTR24H EEWC. It's Dave Chrisley, Yusuf Bin Surai, and Chris Buxton, the man, the myth, the legend, joins us in the flesh, virtually, so to speak, for some continued coverage. Now, we left you with bated breath because, Yusuf, you have a replay for us, don't you? So we'll see if we can cut to you.
I do indeed. So take a look at this. Nello Pastorino heading down in towards the Porsche curves, and watch how close he gets to the wall through this double left hand. Okay, I'm gonna get...
that didn't quite work out, did it?
It did.
It works out in your head.
Here you go.
Oh.
Yeah.
Now, see,
that's how you know
so
he's pushing.
To explain what he's done, he's demonstrating the fact that João Barbosa, while coming through the corner, the rear end just very lightly brushing the edge of the wall. Very lightly might be an understatement. It was quite hard. But I've seen quite a few cars onto that. And on that note, gents, contact around here is plentiful. There's never a dull moment around here at Le Mans. But how much do you think that affects the cars on their qualifying lap? Yusuf, we'll come to you, and Chris, I'll throw it back to you next.
Oh, sorry. For some reason, I had it in my head. In my head, I understood we're going to throw it to Chris, and then we'll go to Yusuf next. But I think when you do have those little scrapes on a qualifying lap, I don't think it really affects you. I think your head's just in the game, and you think, okay, I've hit that. Just keep going, especially when it's happening as late in a lap as the Porsche curves, and you know, okay, it hasn't really cost me any time.
Chris?
Yeah, same opinion. If it's just a little graze that's coming through that, and lots of cars seem to be decorating those barriers with their own paintworks, then yeah, it's not really here nor there. I mean, if they did it very early in the lap, then sure. it would be a bit more of a problem, but again, not very likely, unless, of course, they've caused major damage. I've been watching car number 21, Kian Butler for Axel, and this man has got one decent lap in and has had... Now he's got some clear track, but he's taken several attempts to get the 324.974 that's put his number 21 car up into third position. But he almost slammed into the back of a couple of GTE BMWs, I think it was, that were rather minding their own business, coming through that very same point, coming through the Porsche curves. And that brings us on to another point that even though Le Mans is a huge track, you catch traffic at the wrong point and you've got to be ready for it. Now, in qualifying, of course, the drivers are still very fresh, they're full of energy, etc., etc. But, if you've been going for, 12, 15, 18 hours, that one moment of fatigue and the wall is waiting with open arms.
I'm just going to apologize to Chris because he gave some very insightful comments.
And the pair of us are just looking at each other very confused and very... right.
Can we bring this up on the screen, production?
Yeah, if we can bring Yusuf's screen up on full screen, that would be absolutely fantastic, because I'm really not sure what I'm seeing here, because it appears, Chris, it's gone now. There was a Corvette with some yellow flashy lights on top of it that was out on track.
It was bombing it as well.
It was. To be fair, right? Let's talk about that then, Yusuf, because that is your pace set for tomorrow.
That is. I'm glad to know that the car I'll be driving for tomorrow has such tremendous grip and can even drift well.
Just checking in on YouTube, a very good evening to Martin Buchan, a well-known friend of E-Team Brit, asking, that isn't Max Ice Cream Spooner driving the E-Team Brit car.
Okay, David, you need to explain to myself, to Chris, to everyone watching, what this whole Max Ice Cream Spooner I don't know. What's the ice cream about?
Do you want to try saying burglar alarm again? Right. Max Spooner, he affectionately gets the nickname about ice cream. Unfortunately for his frequent trips to his favourite ice cream vendor, Walls, he makes regular appearances, unfortunately, through the different championships that we've seen him in. And... yeah, the fact that he's been entrusted with it, it would be fun times. We had a chat to him. We were really lucky to have a chat to him as the team manager of E-Team Brit in our official press conference last night. And you could not ask to have a chat to a lovelier guy, incredibly dedicated to the team and to helping push them forward as a brand. But it's still good to have a good little poking the ribs from time to time. So Max, if you're listening, we love you, and I'm sure Martin does as well. Martin actually teammates with Max Spooner in the E-Team Brit Championship, so that will be why there's a little bit of gentle joshing going on there. Hello to Christian Pascal as well, who says hello, boys and girls, in the chat. So Chris, coming back to you then, back to live timing, and with an hour and 24 minutes left to go. Nalo Pastorino still topping the times, 3:23.639. Are you expecting to see those times coming flying down?
Well, they did it once before in the night session. I would expect those times to come down towards the end of the session, when the last of the last of the nerves have been ironed out. They've tried every line they're likely to try. Any alterations they're going to do, they probably would have done it by now. So yes, I'm expecting those times to not to tumble per se, just to come down a little bit more towards what we saw in the previous qualifying session. Everybody bar one, as far as I can see, has got a time on the board. The one that is missing a time is the 188 ID Sim Sport car that is coming through. Where is he? That's down at Arnage, is it? Yes. Indianapolis Arnage now, so out on track. That's the car I noticed yesterday that has that odd barcode kind of thing. Scan it and see if it comes up with a product. I'm sure it wouldn't be able to afford it if it came up with the car. I love the fact you look at it from the front, and it actually looks like it's got like this gaping jaw that's coming towards you. That's actually quite alarming.
It's quite intimidating, isn't it?
Yeah, if you have a look at if the camera's going to look at the 188 car as it's coming past, obviously he's got the barcode thing I was talking about, but from the front, especially with the headlights going on, that's quite an intimidating. Oi, as one of the LMP2s. Rather bolstered my point I made earlier of just catching traffic at the wrong moment, and I'm not sure who that was that just came past. See if I can identify who that was. Was that Zoltan Vaconi? Yes.
I do want to jump in for a second because there have been some interesting developments in some of the lower categories. So you remember how we've been talking about this Mugen versus Unison battle? Well, it is a Mugen versus Unison battle. The pair of them separated by less than 0.03 of a second on the timing sheets. Donat Diesner for Mugen currently topping Unison. But I think the other interesting thing is you look over to the GTE class as well. Mattia Krupi second, but it's not WOSR who is first. WOSR are actually over a second down on Musto. It's Jimmy Nisler in the 128 Satellite Racing car who is 1/10 clear of Musto. And I know we've been kind of hyping up the return of the Flying Finn himself, but the Flying Finn, now teamed with Jimmy Nisler in Satellite Racing, might have a shot at taking a race win.
So do you remember how we had a little intruder onto the track? Well, I've just heard why that happened. One of the teams thought they were offline in the safety car and then very quickly realised their error. Oh dear. Well, that is...
Can I do that tomorrow?
I think they will be... can you imagine doing that and the verbal you're going to get from John Fabricius from our race control?
If I do that...
I mean, literally, their ears are going to be bleeding after that one.
If I do that, when I leave the sim rig, instead of turning left to come to the studio, I think I turned right and find the nearest plane back to the UK.
No, I think you turn right and find the nearest bin and put yourself in it. That's what you do. Goodness me, that's thankfully no harm came to it. However, let's bring it up to speed on the standings then, with an hour and 20 minutes left to go in qualifying session number 2 in the daytime here. The rookie monsters have jumped back up to the top, 666 up with a 3:22.802, knocking Nello Pastorino off that top spot for the 65 Satellite Racing team. Satellite Racing still in second place in the DPI class, 3:23.639. Sean Butler for Axel Esports Company in P3, 3:24.974. Team Viaductin in fourth position just now with a 3:26.074. Fifth position in hypercar class is Team Rookie Monsters, the 555 car of Simon Marshall, 3:26.476. And still a set of time, Team Adrenaline, Sebastian Deville down in sixth position. Moving to LMP2, João Barbosa, that we've been singing the praises of, for Juices Motorsport Club in the first position there. Zoltan Verkonyi in second position in that class for Diak Hackers. Juices Motorsport Club, their sister car, the 15, Roy de Munk in third place in LMP2s. Pedro Ramada in fourth place in the Ramada Motorsport car. Mugen Sim Racing down in fifth. I'm expecting bigger things from them in the LMP2s. The 22 of David Kaloxai in fifth position. Sixth place for the 777 DSR Nightmare team. The B32 Racing outfit in seventh place in LMP2. Matt Webb for E-Team Brit down in eighth position. And a one-way song for Blue Steel Racing, and the Dream Team car still to set times just now. That's obviously in LMP2. Yusuf, do you want to take us through the timings for GTE and GT3?
You know what? I'd love to. Matthew Krupi has actually jumped to the top of the standings in the GTE class. He's pipped ahead of Jimmy Nisler by just a couple of tenths of a second. Then Jose Berengawa over a second down on the pair of them. Nicola Pastore for the 54, Musto sitting in fourth, head of ID SimSport and DIS. In the GT3 class, you've got Donat Diesner ahead of Max Bunovic, still by those 0.03 of a second. Then it's Lee Russell in the 404 Glam Racing car, further second down, and then another second down to the 177 ID SimSport, followed by DIS SR Lab, the B team, ID SimSport, and then Valdemar Eriksson in the Ace Tech SimSport 585 car.
Now, Yusuf, I'm looking at the top left of our screen there. Am I seeing things, or is that a nice fancy new graphic that we've got up there with all of the class times coming through?
It might very well be.
I've not seen that, and if that, I saw Nils behind the scenes working on coding something there, and it did look like that. That is gorgeous. If that is, yeah, very, very impressed with that. That is some rolling updated times for the different classes, and yeah, that'll help keep you updated through the rest of this qualifying session here for the final rounds of the EEWC 2021 Championship. If you can believe we're here to the end of the season already. It is unbelievable stuff as well. Huge thank you as always to our commercial partners at Viper Gaming by Patriot, to Noco, the no carbs company, noco.dk, to Aztec, to Global Flix, Filmvolt Limited, to ESTV, Motorvision.tv, and to Eaton Shirts as well. Chris Buxton, coming back to you, my friend. Qualifying session number 2, it's a little bit more relaxed. It's a little bit more, I don't want to say easy paced, but we're now starting to see the times coming tumbling down, but at a much gentler order, aren't we?
Yeah, that's to be expected at this stage of the qualifying session. We're still an hour and a quarter away from the checker flag falling, as we're looking at the I think it was slightly later joining number 64. The one remaining hypercar that is yet to get a time on the board is the Team Adrenaline car. It is the number 33, currently in the hands of Sebastian Deville, working his way through the Porsche curves at the moment. We'll see what time they get on board. Yeah, at this stage, now that they've done a qualifying session, we've had the practice sessions, the kind of sandbagging that we've all been surmising about. That's going to slowly filter away. People now have a bit of an idea on what the pecking order is going to be. And also, through the season, that pecking order has, of course, materialized. But as you were saying earlier, David, the championship has not been sewn up. So it's not a case of, nothing else can be done. As the Adrenaline car has now, I think it's now starting its time lap. Either that or invalidated the last one. So it's now going to be a case of just run through the laps, just keep your nerves, let's just use as much track time as is reasonable. It's not like they're paying for tires, it's not like they're paying for fuel, some of the joys of sim racing. So they can just keep turning the laps, and even if they stick it in the ball, they're not paying the repair bill. So there's no reason to not keep turning the laps, just to keep the skills sharp for when it's all important. Go time tomorrow.
Well, I'm gonna throw a little bit of a curveball into that point there, Chris, because I've got the official results here, or the current results from our first qualifying session. I'll confirm that they are actual confirmed results here. But as I see it, the average amount of laps completed in qualifying number 1, gents, from what I can see here, roughly about maybe say 23, 24 laps. Most of the cars doing upwards of 23 to 30 laps. Your pole sitter, as of that first qualifying session, the 64 Satellite Racing Team, get this, 1.9 seconds ahead of the sister Satellite Racing Team, only did 13 laps in that entire first qualifying session. The maximum I think we've got is about 30 laps in qualifying, but for them to go out and do a handful, and that's what it was, a handful of laps, Yusuf, and fire that thing so dominantly on pole, there is no way that is not the subject of a lot of pre-preparation and planning from that team.
Yeah, and I think something else to add with that is Henry Sinnick is very, very fast. We haven't seen him come through in the second session of qualifying just yet, and presumably he's probably going to blow all of these lap times out of the water with another 320 when he does eventually join the session. But I think there is something very important that we do have to mention just before I go back to you, David, and that is, where is Varga?
That is a very, very good question. Now, we were saying that. We actually asked that question because they weren't at Spa. They didn't get the points because they didn't take part. And we jokingly said, what if they don't turn up? And you were like, oh, well, maybe they feel that confident. You joked about maybe they feel that confident. But if they don't turn up for qualifying, that is potentially a bombshell of a story of nuclear proportions.
Yeah, it'd be the biggest story of the year. The fact that the team that have been dominating the LMP2 class so far, I mean, one race away from winning the championship. All they need is like a 6th place, 7th place, and they've got the title wrapped up. And I think it makes things really, I mean, it's so interesting now, Chris, because the championship is just blown wide open.
Yeah, I mean, it is a very strange tactic to take. Even if you're confident of taking the championship, unless it's absolutely mathematically impossible to be overturned, you don't take that kind of risk. So I'm a little bit dumbfounded by that. However, they are a notable absence, so I've got nothing really I can add to that. I genuinely have no idea what the thinking is there. That's if they come away with it, it's far more luck than judgment, I dare say.
I mean, obviously, we are joking about that, about them not turning up to Spa because they're that confident. But surely, like you just said, Chris, you just can't do that. You can't deliberately not turn up and then still expect. So, a very, very bizarre story unfolding behind the scenes of that 117 team, given that the gap. They've not just got Juice's Motorsport, but they've got Mugen Sim Racing hot on their heels, 27 points. And let's not forget, Ramada Motorsport still with an outside chance, just 39 points behind them. If they don't turn up to the race, that is then an open battle for the LMP2 championship. And if anything, that is some more kerosene for that fight between the LMP2s.
All of a sudden, you're looking at a championship that is effectively Juice's leading, and then 23 points from Juice's to the team that is in effective 4th place of DEAC Hackers. And if DEAC Hackers get a win, they jump Varga, and they only need 22 points over Juice's to take the championship. So I think there is a realistic chance that DEAC Hackers can win this championship. And we've talked about how this season LMP2 has turned out to be the closest category so far, with Juices, Mugen, Ramada, DAC Hackers all super close together. Varga, sure, they were a step above, but without Varga in the picture, this is a 4-way title fight. And for me, this is the most exciting end to a championship, to a class in a championship, if Varga aren't racing tomorrow.
On the subject of permutations, I've got to say a huge thank you to Ewan O'Leary. We'll give you a little sneak peek at what's coming up, because Ewan has actually gone and worked out all the different championship permutations, and actually is in the process of doing yet another blog post for us here at EEWC. The lad is an absolute machine.
He doesn't even have any Nocco to keep him going either.
I think Nocco need to get in touch with him and possibly try and get some DNA off him or something like that. Goodness me. But Chris, coming into this final race, honestly, you have to have an abacus in your head just to work out all the different ways that this could go. And if anything, this now means that everything is still on the cards for a lot of these teams and drivers.
Yeah, what that means is that we're not going to be seeing... Well, we'll see people taking it easy at certain points in the race, but we're not going to be seeing people just going for the minimum position, because there's so many different, like you say, so many different connotations. And with Le Mans being twice around the clock, as our fearless leader Alex Goldschmidt likes to say, so much can go wrong for you, for your opponents. So much can change. It's not worth taking the risk. You just need to get out there and get on with it. So we're going to be seeing probably more people pushing to try and secure as best position they can, not just get the position they need.
Yeah, that's a fantastic point. I'm just looking at the timing screens here, and I've just realised something. We are just 8 minutes 40 away from our next exciting milestone here in qualifying 2. Do you want to know what that is? Kieran McGinley joins us back in the commentary booth for the remainder of this
You can't be
qualifying
excited, David,
session.
though. You're going to have to get out of your chair.
I know, I'm going to get punted. Well, no, because I'll jump over. We'll do some jiggery pokery. We will be here.
I think you should just send Kieran to the naughty corner.
The wonderful thing is because we've had to do these musical chairs, because while Chris Buxton isn't here with us physically, he is here with us in spirit, because he's actually at that computer here. He is, through the wonders of technology, using that computer here in Denmark.
Yeah, we've even got a name tag for him. David. David Buxton.
We'll fix that. We'll fix that. David Buxton. We'll kind of make that work for us. But Chris, joking aside, obviously we've got an hour left to go into to qualifying. It's now come down to crunch time, but realistically, Mark Veit for Team Rookie Monsters 3:22, much closer now in terms of pace than in the night time, and I'm wondering where the 64 is. Are they leaving it again to the final hour? If so, why do you think that is?
It's to prevent anyone else giving an answer, because again, if you play your cards too early, you give your opponents an opportunity to actually respond to that. They want people to, they want to be lulling their opponents into a false sense of security and then absolutely nail it. The risk of doing that is if someone has a problem, there's a yellow somewhere, if you make a mistake, you commentary team, because it makes a difference to their lap, you know what I mean? If the one behind the steering wheel makes a mistake, that's the gamble gone. And if you're some way behind your optimal time, you haven't got time to make it back. And with an average lap system that we're using for the 2 qualifying sessions, it's a big gamble to do. But that, it looks like is the route they've gone down. The irony of you saying Dave Buxton, that's actually my brother's name. So that's there's a link.
Fabulous. So there's already a precedent for it, Chris.
So we got the better Buxton in, right?
Oh, yes.
Oh dear.
Yes.
My brother, by his own admission, would not want to be doing commentary. he leaves the speaking bit to me.
Now,
Chris, more work for us.
I do have some updates regarding the 64 car. They're in the server. They're on an outlap. But I want to touch on what Chris was saying before, because ordinarily I would agree, but do you think anyone can match the 64 car? Do you think any team can get to that pace? And if so, who do you think could be that dark horse?
Well, no one matched it in Q1, did they? I mean, it was a scary fast time. It's very hard to say. I mean, Satellite Racing have been doing this for quite some time. Their drivers certainly know how to get the best out of their car. It would be a very, very difficult story to match. But then, if teams have got different drivers out this time, who knows? They may have that golden lap still in them. But I would say it's Satellite Racing's pole to lose.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. So I was going to say, do we want to do a quick calculation of what every team needs now, or should we do it when we come back from the break? And before we go into the break, maybe take a look at a certain Henry Cynic to see what his opening lap time will be in qualifying 2.
I think we're going to have to have a look at Henry, but we're saying that, but it's shown up as Martin Hemmingson on my timing screen. So
okay,
Martin was in the opening qualifying session. Now, as it stands, he's already set a lap. Let's have a look here. What he's done. But in fact, has he just left the server again? I'm not too sure there, because he's disappeared from the bottom of my my timing screen there. So I think that does mean that he is deciding to do other things tonight. Either that or he's having some issues with that. But interestingly as well, Team Adrenaline down there in the DPI is also seeing one of the Juice's Motorsport cars having a little bit of an issue. Team Adrenaline getting onto the scoreboard there with a 3:27.323. Given that that's at the tail end of 6 LMP2 cars, you would expect that there's more pace to come from that car there, Yusuf.
Yeah, you'd have to think so. I just want to quickly throw to actually LMP2 class, because the Juices are on absolute fire. 3:25.1 from both cars, and an entire second quicker than Mugen Sim Racing. I don't know. Usually we say, I don't know what they had for breakfast, but it's well past breakfast time in the UK, so I don't know what they had for dinner in between Q1 and Q2.
I don't know. I think you can have that wheat bisque snack that you put in milk at any time of the day, can't you? I'm not want to mention brand names here and give free advertisement until we get a sponsorship deal. But wheat biscuits that you put in milk. No? Right, okay, never mind, Yusuf, it's fine. It's fine. Chris, I got a big hearty chuckle from Chris, so Chris is on the same page, so 1 out of 2 is not bad. But we are coming up to the top of the hour, just 1 hour and change left to go in this final qualifying session here for the finale here at Le Mans. The EEWC comes to its conclusion this weekend, and the hype level is just getting bigger and bigger. We'll be back after these short commercial messages.
Round 6 of the 2021 GTR24H EEW season, Le Mans, is presented in partnership with Viper Gaming by Patriot, Azatec, Global Flix, Film Vault, ESTV, and Motorvision.tv.
A 1v2 for the tournament. Pressure is on.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
Folks, we are getting ready. Well, we're getting ready. We're already in Q2, and I've got Kieran McGinley alongside you. How has David kept your spot? Is it clean? Is it tidy?
It's warm. I'm not sure.
Is that a good thing?
I'll let you decide because. But anyway, I'm back here. I've reclaimed my position. I'm back in my rightful place, and I'm going to be keeping an eye on the DPIs and the LMP2s, and we're going to be trying to do the maths. And as we already said yesterday, David and I are steering well clear of any of that, any counting up, because we don't seem to be any good at it.
Well, I was going to say, right, it'd be pretty good if we did some very brief calculations to see
where everyone's sitting in terms of overall standings if qualifying finished as is, and David's not here, so he can't mess up the maths, I think this is the dream team.
No.
No?
No.
Well,
I'm not
I think
gonna
you should have a
count
go
it.
at it anyway.
I can only count to 9. So
Yeah.
Exactly.
True.
So Loic Munier then is at the top of the DPI standings, 3:22.802. In fact, if my timing screen is up to date, which I hope it is, he's just gone quickest through the first sector. In fact, his own quickest, because Nello Pastorino, who's one of the you can see on the right-hand side, is currently flying his way through the third sector as we speak and making his way through now the Corvette curves. And yeah, just absolutely, the car's just sticking to the track at the moment. Keep an eye on this lap time, because it could be getting towards that pointy end of the field. He needs to find 3.5 tenths if he wants to grab the fastest lap of this session. That won't necessarily grab him pole position overall, but he's coming up to one of the GTE cars heading through the final couple of corners, and that's literally one of the worst places, and the rear axle locks up there with the brakes, and he will be absolutely gutted about that one, Will Nello Pastorino. That was shaping up to a really, really good lap, but you've got him there, one of the IDC Sim Sport cars, well, on a flying lap or setting up for one, but unfortunately for the 65, the satellite racing car, not to be.
And that's the ID Sim Sport car. That is the 166. That, if I'm not mistaken, okay, no, it's the GT3 car. I was thinking of the satellite racing GTE car, which is actually at the top of the standing, 6 tenths clear of a muster. It's rather incredible the amount of pace that satellite racing car has, and in terms of how everything does pan out, in qualifying 1, the satellite racing car was 7 tenths slower than the Musto car. So right now, Pauli Ahonen needs to find 1 extra tenth, and if he can do that, he's got satellite racing pole for the GTE class.
Well, he's got to get it over the line first, and he's got to make sure that the lap is quick enough in order to do so, because of course we add up the lap times, then we divide by 2 for the 2 sessions. That gives us our average lap time, and that will give us the opportunity to see who comes out on top. And at the moment, though, it's Loic Munier then who is at the top of the standings in hypercars, and for the LMP2s, it's the Juices Motorsport Club, the number 15 and the number 16, the 2 sister cars of Juices, are currently the 2 fastest times in this second qualifying session. Between them, well, 2.3 seconds there, Yusuf. That's a margin and a half.
Well, the thing is, it would be quite a big gap from Roy de Monk and João Barbosa to the rest of the field if it wasn't for the fact that David Kalaksai recently pumped in a pretty good time for Mugen and is only 2 tenths off the 2 Juices cars. Sadly for Mugen, they didn't have the best of qualifying 1 sessions. They were only able to take 3rd. So right now, they might be looking at, I think, a 2nd place, because between Juices, Mugen, and the other Juices car, it was 2 tenths in total separating all 3 of them.
Yeah, actually, in fact, I'm glad you've brought that up, because I've read that totally wrong, because it's actually 0.02 of a second separating the 2 Juices there. Yeah. So I've read that completely wrong. I do apologise. One of them I can see is heading into the pit lane, and it's the pole sitter at the moment, or at least the fastest time in Q2, Roy de Munich there, who's currently now in the pit lane. And what I'm seeing on my screen at the moment, you might not be able to see it at the moment, but some of these drivers will actually get into the pit lane but angle their cars then towards the pit lane as they exit the pit lane. So all they need to do is punch the throttle down and make their way back onto it. But some of them will go at a 45-degree angle inwards, because of course if they're trying to slow the car down, they want to do it in a straight line, and that way it's almost as if it's a quicker way to stop the car. Then they just need to focus on left hand down, fully on the throttle, and just wheel spin it away. So expect to see more and more that diagonal approach, as we're seeing in all forms of motorsport now, as the quicker way to stop the car to get it pit stopped. And little things like that, 10ths of a second that can be simply bought like that, will add up. The amount of times these drivers and these teams will be stopping, that's going to add up.
Yeah. And you mentioned that it's easier to stop, and if it was an empty pit lane, there wouldn't be too much of a difference in terms of braking time, just because you can move over earlier. But if you have a full pit lane and there's a car before, you can't angle it in. You've got to, fully jerk it over. So it's much easier to get that diagonal angle in if the previous pit box is full up. And I'm trying to keep an eye to see when that 64 car rejoins the server, and you know what? It has rejoined the server. It's in the garage. Martin Hemmingson. I'm going to keep an eye out for when that Satellite Racing 18 car makes its way out of the pit lane, because when it does, I want to be on board for that first hot lap.
I think we all do. See how that one gets along, as I believe we've got a car right at the start of the pit lane there, trying to make out which one it is.
That is the E-Team Brit car, or Team Ebra, I should say.
Yes, that is. Matt Webb, I believe, is at the wheel of that one. Just at the beginning of the pit lane, but it's almost like they've tried to pull the car out of harm's way completely in order to resolve some issue there. So hopefully they'll get the car back up and running. Well, who you're seeing out there is the number 33 car, the Team Adrenaline, as driven at the moment by Sebastian Deville. And currently 4th place in the standings, a 3:25.648, fastest time so far from Team Rookie Monsters, 3:22.8. We have seen a 3-minute 20 lap. That was in the night time, so the cooler temperatures might have helped the engine perform at a more optimum range. Is it possible we could see them dipping into those as we progress into this session? I mean, we've got, 52 minutes left on the clock.
It's a lot of time remaining, and Martin Hemmingson is out on circuit. I'm going to go based off stats because I do like my statistics. If we take a look at what the 65 car did in the first qualifying session, a 3:22.68. And now let's take a look at what they've done in this session, which is a 3:23.1. So if anything, you'd think it's a little bit slower, and the chances that the 64 car breaks into the 19s is unlikely. But Martin Hemmingson is making his way down the Mulsanne straight, and in a couple of minutes time we will be able to jump on board with him. Quick update on GT3. Adam Suresh from Mugen Sim Racing, nearly a second clear of Max Bunovic in the 717 Unison Racing. So as things stand, Mugen Sim Racing will be starting on pole for the GT3 class tomorrow, and it will be Max Bunovic or whoever Unison put out to start the race alongside him in second.
Now, 10 minutes ago, I was having a look at the radar, and 10 minutes ago there was a bit of rain to the southwest of the circuit. Now it's only drizzle at the moment, that's what it appears on our radar, but as you can see, just to the southwest, just over Angers, it is making its way towards the circuit. Now that could really put a spanner amongst the works if that were to hit the circuit. There's no guarantee it will, but I'd be keeping one eye on that radar now, Yusuf.
You know what? I think we need to send David to France to blow out the wind and just change
lean out
direction.
the window. Lean out the window. Tell us what it's like. That's what we need to do.
He's trying to blow from here.
Yeah.
And
blow it away from the circuit.
honestly,
That's a good job.
If that changes now, I think we've got to give David a raise.
I think so. Yeah. We'll say that on stream right now. Yeah, if that happens. Yeah, he's saying, bring it on, bring it on. Bring on the raise, I bet. But we've still got a bit of way to go. We will keep one eye on it, of course. It's a low chance, that's what I will say. But low chance does mean a chance.
Now, Martin Hemmingson is making his way through the Porsche curves. He's got those tyres nice and hot. Do we want to be sitting on board with him, or do we want the off-board view?
I think both. We could do a sort of interchange between the two as Pastorino. Then this time around, we'll see what happens. We've got Loic Munier then just making his way out of Tetra Rouge and now onto the Mulsanne straight and up towards the Honaudière. And just absolutely full throttle there he is. Got a car ahead. Now, I do wonder how much of an effect the sort of slipstream has from a GT car for one of the DPIs. Is it a case of it does the trick, or is it a negligible one at the closing speed you will have?
It's interesting, to be honest. I think anything would give you a bit of slipstream. I mean, it is still going at a reasonable speed as a GT car, so it is punching that hole. Sure, it's not going to be as effective as another DPI car because you won't be in that slipstream range for as long, but I would imagine you'd probably gain up to a tenth if you can catch in the right spot.
Yeah, and a tenth is all they need. I mean, Loic Munier then is at the top of the standings, and we saw Nello Pastorino. He's still in the pit lane at the moment, 3 tenths away from taking the fastest lap time in Q2. Yusuf, have you spotted something?
So, Loic Munier, first sector, 31.680. The best first sector of qualifying 2 so far. Martin Hemmingson a little bit further down the road. First lap of the session, 31.6.
Yeah, I mean, keeping one eye on him then in the 64 Satellite Racing machine. See how he gets on further on in the session. We do have yellow flags in Sector 3 at the moment, but just seeing which we normally have a bar on the live timing, timing.gtr24h.org if you want the live timing. And I think, yes, it might be the Team eBrick car because its progress bar is stopped in the last third of the order. That being said, though, Nicola Pastore, his bar has stopped progressing in the number 54 Musto GD Esports car, so he might be triggering that yellow flag there in the GTEs. But that's just looking at the live timing there. Of course, if you do want to follow along with the live timing, timing.gtr24h.org, and you can have the same timing information that we do have in front of us to help us make those calls. Loic Mounier then making his way through these long lefts and rights as he makes his way now through the Porsche curves and eventually making his way now up towards the Corvette curves. And you're really asking so much from the aerodynamics of these DPIs. Back through on towards the power as we make our way towards the Ford chicanes. And if you've got a stiff setup, as we've already alluded to over the past few days, this is where your lap can be undone as Mounier now makes his way through the final couple of corners. Is there going to be an improvement? He's gone quicker than his own personal best through Sector 2. Let's see as he makes his way across the line then towards the start-finish line. And no, he's a 10th away from improving on his own personal best. So not quite an improvement on pole position, but I think he'll be frustrated about that one because he did lose about a 10th in the last sector.
Now, Martin Hemmingsen is absolutely flying, and you should have seen his back end on the run into Indianapolis. It was going one way, it was going another, and now he's going one way and another through the Porsche curves into the Chevy curves. This is going to be a quick one from Martin Hemmingsen. I'm going to guess a 21.9.
Okay, we'll see how it goes then as he now makes his way up towards the Ford curves, then riding on board with Martin Hemmingsen. Then as he goes left, he goes right. The change of direction, slowing the car down again. Left, then right, over the sausage curve, back onto the power and towards the start-finish line. What's this lap going to be then from Martin Hemmingsen? It's a 3:21.3 from Martin Hemmingsen, and he puts that car now on the fastest lap in Q2. He went even quicker than you thought there, Yusuf.
Yeah, he did. He absolutely smashed that one. I'm going to rewind because I want to show everyone how twitchy his rear end was going into Indianapolis, because the car control he showed there was something spectacular. But Martin Hemmingsen showing that the 64 car isn't around to play.
No, not at all. Not at all. And he's now got the fastest lap time of the session by, you won't believe this, 1.4 seconds. That is an astonishing gap now.
Are you sure he's in a DPI?
He says hypercar DPI. That's what I'm going with. But yeah, he's unlocked an absolute massive, a monster lap then. And well, looking at the timing screens then, it looks like he wants even more. I mean, he's backed off of this lap, probably understandably. He's about 3 seconds off of his last lap time there. But what a lap then from Hemmingsen. Maybe a cool down lap, get the car back under optimum temperatures, maybe just save a little bit of fuel for that final run, or another run in this session. We still have 3/4 of an hour of qualifying to go, and Yusuf, it probably brings it nicely up to going through each and every one. We focused on hypercars. We know Martin Hemmingsen for 64 Satellite Racing is at the top of the order. That's going to push then Team Rookie Monsters, the 666, down to second place at the hands of Loic Mounier, and then the 65 Satellite Racing car of Nello Pastorino rounding off the top three. Kian Butler in the 21 Axel Sports. They had their troubles in Q1. They had the engine blow up on them, unfortunately. They currently sit in 4th place. Sebastian Deville in the number 33 Team Adrenaline car in 5th place. Taylor Lane in the 555 Team Rookie Monsters car in 6th place, and Verdukten there in the number 1 car, rounding off the 7 DPI cars. In LMP2, I told you to watch out for him. João Barbosa, 3:24.923 is currently the fastest lap time in the LMP2 class. It's a Juices Motorsports Club. They are topping the timesheets in this second qualifying session. It's João Barbosa followed by Roy de Munich, and they're separated by just under 0.2 of a second. Roland Shoes then in the DEAC Hackers number 95 machine, rounding off the top 3. Mugen Sim Racing in the 22 in 4th. Ramada Motorsports, the number 57 in 5th, and the 777 7 DSR Nightmare rounding off the top 6. Yusuf, how's the GT classes looking?
I just want to jump in quickly about the LMP2 class, because the recent lap from Roland Zux means that is overall pole for the DAC Hackers, because he's within the 4/10ths that he had over the Juices Motorsport Club in qualifying 1. But to go on to GTE class, Pauli Ahonen still 348.291, no improvements from himself or Mattia Krupi, and Jose Berengao, World of Sim Racing, a further second behind. So the GTE field has been fairly static over this last half hour.
Yeah, I was just seeing there, Pauli Ahonen then in the 128 Satellite Racing. Rear end was absolutely flying then, going through the last part of the forward curves. And a little bit of oversteer, but he won't be concerned too much as he now heads in through the Dunlop curves and riding on board over the bonnet then as he now makes his way through the S's now. And it does a lot of undulation through these S's. It's not a set of and a series of corners we talked about a lot over the weekend, but there's a lot of undulation and there's a lot of camber through those corners as well before you head towards Tetra Rouge.
It's a very enjoyable sequence of corners as well, as we see Pauli Ahonen going, why that might be an invalidation.
It could be, yes.
Right there. But through those S's, you can carry a lot of speed. You just have to shift the weight in. Speaking of shifting weight, take a look at this beauty from Martin Hemmingsen. I've got the replay up, so hopefully we can bring it up on screen. So heading towards Indianapolis, you've got this fast right-hander. Now watch the steering wheel just twitch one way or another. And this is all while slamming the brake down. How he gets that car stopped at the apex, I do not know.
It's beggars belief, really, doesn't it? It really does. And that just shows you the commitment and the bravery, the faith in the setup as well, that is, from Martin Hemmingsen in order to get as much out of the car as possible. And that will be half the reason why that 3:21.3 is our fastest lap of the session so far. Amazing car control, and just shows you the confidence that's exuding from the 64 Satellite Racing car.
Absolutely. And it's, when you look at the Endurance Racing World Championship, as actually, I was just checking if Martin Hemmingsen was going quick. He's not, thankfully, because that would be insane right now. But it's essentially tiered, right? The GT3 is the class for the rookies to come in, people who are a bit newer to sim racing. They're still quick drivers, but they are a little bit newer to the series, and then it gradually gets faster and faster. It gradually gets more and more experienced drivers as you go up each class. And it's not just because the hypercars and or I should say the DPIs and the LMP2s are quicker cars. They're harder to handle, as you see there, or as we saw there from Martin Hemmingsen. They are very, very tricky to get right, and you have to be on the absolute limit if you want to get even close to the pace.
Well, I have to have a look here. We might have something. I'm just going to take a look at this because Team Viducton might have run into a slight bit of trouble then. Here they go then. So this is a replay of what happened. This, I think, is approaching Tetra Rouge and turns the car in, and that snaps majorly straight into the wall there. And rear wing straight off the car. There's going to be some suspension damage on the rear. You can already see that it's sort of crabbing there, indicating that rear suspension has unfortunately failed. So, yeah, for Viducton then, it's a long, long way back to the pit lane.
So essentially what happened there, for the people watching and not quite knowing, you turn and you've got commitment that the front end sticks, but it sticks a bit too much. The back end just steps out slightly on you. When you try to correct it, you then get grip on the front tires again, and it just pulls you over to the left. And then you're a passenger at that point.
And hello, Pastorino then trying to negotiate his way through the traffic. There he goes through past the wounded Viducton car then, as he now tries to make his way through the order and tries to set a quicker lap time on the board. He is currently on a flying lap now, as he now makes his way up towards this flying chicane here on down part of the Mulsanne straight back onto the power. He will go currently third fastest in class with that 3:23.136, and it's within roughly 1.7 seconds of Martin Hemmingsen's sensational lap. He's got a bit of a tow then from the BMW in front and makes his way now onwards towards the next set of corners. In fact, now making his way on towards the Mulsanne hairpin, trying to make sure that the car slows down. It's an interesting one because you're trying to slow the car down, but you're also trying to get it to try and bite and steer to the right. So you've got to be very, very careful on the brakes and make sure you do not lock up any of those brakes as he now flies all the way down this sort of curve straight on his way on towards Indianapolis and Arnage. And it's a test of bravery here as well, using all of that track on his left-hand side, chucking the car in now onto the anchors. A little bit of a front left-hand side lock-up then as the car lights up on him on the rear end, now in towards the braking zone of Arnage. Back onto the power he will go, flicking the tail out as he exits, and now heading his way towards the Porsche curves. Looking at it, yeah, he has gone quicker then through the middle sector, and he's gone quicker than Martin Hemmingsen by, get this, 300ths of a second. And it's going to be a very, very close one for the top of the order. We'll have to wait and see how he gets on then as he makes his way through in towards the Corvette curves then. And on his way, Martin Hemmingsen obviously leading that battle, leading that charge. Let's see if I can hop back to Pastorino then as he makes his way towards the closing stages of the lap, keeping one eye on his third sector time then. Well, this is going to be important because he needs a good forward curves here, clouding the curb both sides back onto the power, using all that curb on his left-hand side across the line. Is it going to be an improvement? It is going to be an improvement. 3:22.5, which now puts the 65 Satellite Racing second fastest.
And I just saw some rather crazy scenes. I'm just going to quickly bring up a replay of this because it was rather bizarre to see what just happened between the, I believe that is the 64 car of Martin Hemmingsen and one of the ID SimSport cars.
Well, whilst you find that, we are just having a picture-in-picture, one of them being Mattia Krupri, and let's see, yeah, talk us through this one then, Yusuf.
So I've sped it up, and you come through the Mulsanne chicane. He's right on the rear end, and he thinks that the GT car is going to go one way, and the GT car doesn't. He then pulls out, and he has the weirdest wobble that I've ever seen in my life.
I think that's a frustration wobble, we would call that. That's for sure. Yeah, definitely a frustration wobble.
The car's teleporting as well.
Well, it's...
Now we know why the car's so quick.
Now we know how Martin Hemmingsen is doing this. It's a fantastic drive from him. But yeah, I think that's a frustration weave more than anything else. Of course, with this frustration, you're not allowed to flash the lights in frustration, or if you do, you're not allowed to for more than 2 seconds or 4 flashes of the lights. So you've got to really rein it in. So I guess that's the alternative, is the little frustration wiggle. I'm trademarking that, by the way.
Frustration wiggle.
Yeah. There we go.
Do we call it the Martin wiggle or just frustration wiggle?
Martin wiggle sounds better, but frustration wiggle is more to the point. You know what we're talking about. Yeah.
So we've now have the frustration wiggle. We have the Andy Kurtzen strat.
Yep.
I feel that I could name that one slightly better.
One more would make the hat trick, and I think that would really put a sort of a wrap a bow on this weekend.
Let's not force it. I think it'll come to us at some point.
It'll come. Yeah, things come in threes, Yusuf. It will come. It will come. There's Mattia Kruppi, who's into the pit lane in the 53. Well, how is the 53 getting on in this session?
The 53 is doing all right. Mattia Kruppi has closed in onto Pauli Ahonen, so the gap is just 2/10, which means that Musto have gotten a lot closer to securing that pole spot in the GTE class. In qualifying one, Musto picked up a 48.397, whereas Satellite Racing a 49.076. So the gap between the pair of them was roughly 7/10. That means that Satellite Racing need to beat Musto's time in Q2 by those 7/10, which currently they aren't close to doing.
Yes, and we will, of course, have a look at that one as Krupri there tries to launch himself out of the way of an LMP2 car that was making its charge through, and possibly a good idea there. The only problem with that, though, is that your tyres, that you do get a little bit of build-up of rubbish throughout the weekend. Once the track starts to rubber in, you start to get the marbles on the outside of the circuit, and they do take longer than you think to try and actually clean off the tyres and make sure that they, you do get the surface area on them. Because once you've picked up a couple of marbles, you're sort of restricting how much surface area the tyre has actually to grip onto the tarmac.
Yeah, and you need to do a bit of the frustration wiggle, maybe get some heat back into the tyres. Maybe that's what Martin Hemmingsen was going for.
It's catching on, the frustration wiggle. Now Pastorino then is making his way now back into the pit lane in the 65 Satellite Racing car. 34 minutes left in this qualifying session, and all eyes will be on how this really adds up. And well, an average lap time coming in, we shall have to wait and see how it all develops. But there is a Kruppi there again, getting that back end wiggle on as he tries to get as much power down as he possibly can. That little bit of drizzle I was talking about, what was it, about 10, 15 minutes ago?
Yeah.
It has missed the circuit, luckily.
Okay.
To the east.
Because if it did hit the circuit, then we'd have the David blow or something.
Yes, I think the David blow has worked. Now, the only issue is there's still more rain on the southwest as of, let it tick through. I believe this is at the turn of the hour. Yes, so about 5 minutes ago, there was rain to the southwest of the circuit. A little heavier than it was before. We're looking at roughly light rain there. So still the threat of rain with just over half an hour to go. So, of course, we'll keep one eye on the radar for you and keep you well up to date as we get it, as we roughly get it around every 10-15 minutes. It starts to tick over, and that's when we get to our sort of latest weather report as to where that weather front is.
Now, I do want to jump in and bring something up because we've spoken a little bit every now and then about the Andy Kurtzen strat. And speaking of the Andy Kurtzen strat, I want to give some information as to what's happening in the GTE class. So, in qualifying 1, DIS Sim Racing out-qualified the 54 Musto car by 0.4 of a second for what was third place in that GTE class. And now in the second session of qualifying, DIS are, I'm just going to double check this, 0.08 off that 54 car. So currently they have that third place locked in. And unless Marco Mazzetti can find another few tenths, it will be staying that way.
A bit of update to bring to you from the LMP2 class. We have a new fastest lap of qualifying 2 in class. It's the DEAC Hackers who've now set the fastest lap time, 3:24.594. It puts them roughly 3/10 clear now of João Barbosa in his number 16 Juices Motorsports Club LMP2 car. So obviously Roland Shoes setting the mark there in this second qualifying session, as that's someone making their way through an LMP2 past the second place car, Matteo Krupi, as the 53 BMW gets on its way once again.
And the weird thing for me is with this LMP2 class, and again, we've been hyping it up all weekend, this four-way battle between Deuces, Mugen, Ramada, DAC for what we thought was second. And Alex at one point highlighted this could be the battle for the championship. And at the time I said, no way. But it turned out he's been bang on the money, because with Varga not looking like they're going to be showing up, it is a battle for the championship. And DAC are the ones at the bottom of that class in terms of championship standings. But they're looking like they're the quickest ones here. And it's Ramada who are third in that battle, who just haven't seemed to have been able to find the pace. And DAC Hackers on their day have now picked up second places. But then there have also been the big mistakes. And then they don't pick up a lot of points. And if they have had that consistency, they would be ahead of Juices, Mugen and Ramada. So DAC Hackers need a strong result. And at the moment, they're showing all of the right signs to achieving that.
So far, so good. And on a weekend where it is double points, 2 points for pole position will go a very, very long way indeed. We have just over 30 minutes to go. We'll take you through the top cars at the moment. The 64 Satellite Racing car is at the top of the order of the DPIs. At the LMP2s, we've just discussed him, the number 95 of the DEAC Hackers. We're leading the LMP2 class for GTE, Yusuf, and GT3. How's it looking?
In GTE, it's Pauli Ahonen leading for Satellite Racing ahead of Mattia Krupi for Musto GD Esports. And in the GT3 class, Adam Sarej having blown Max Bonovic out of the water pretty much. Mugen Sim Racing leading Unison by 0.7 of a second. Very
close there between Unison in the 717 there, and of course 41 of Mugen Sim Racing. 717 of Unison Racing really turned up the wick towards the end of the first qualifying session. All expectations say that they're going to do the exact same again. It was roughly a similar gap between them last time around in the first qualifying session, around 0.6. It ended up being 0.2 in the favour of Unison Racing. Well, we're approaching the final half an hour of the qualifying session. Join us again when we come back after these messages to find out the conclusion of the second qualifying session.
Round 6 of the 2021 GTR24H EEW season Le Mans is presented in partnership with Viper Gaming by Patriot, Azatec, Global Flix, Film Vault,